Good day to you and a very warm welcome to the second and final day of these Microplus UK Athletics Indoor Championships, coming to you from the Utilita Arena here in the centre of Birmingham in the UK, right in this almost geographically centre of the UK. My name's Tim Hutchings and beside me Scott Eburn. We're looking forward to a lot of action through today, mostly finals. Yesterday we had a lot of qualifying races and contests in the field as well, although those were straight finals. But today, well, there is so much to look forward to. The middle distance action, 800 and 1500 finals, 3000s as well. High jump for women, a lot of action in the field. The shot put for women, the long jump for men, high jump for men, triple jump for women. That's the first event that gets us underway in about 8 or 9 minutes time. There's an idea of what's coming at us, and of course yesterday Cordery's world best pole vault height, 4 meters 85, Scott, was the highlight of the day, coming towards the end of the session, but great action in the field today as well.
Yeah, she thrived here. Championship best performance as well for Molly Cordery, and in the form of her life. She is competing at the very pinnacle of the sport, and she has secured her spot to the World Indoor Championships in Glasgow as well, which takes place in just a couple of weeks' time. So Molly Cordery, if she's a new name to you at home, well, she is potentially eyeing up a gold medal in Glasgow in just a couple of weeks' time. We of course had the 60-metre flat and the 60-metre hurdles as well, and we continue all the action on the track in around about 38 minutes time, and things start at 12 o'clock on the track with the women's 200-metre heats, followed by the men's 200-metre heats, and then we go through the semi-finals for that event later on. And as Tim says, from around about 2:40 this afternoon, it is a great set of finals. Before that, from about 2 o'clock as well, we've got the 3,000-metre finals, and Laura Muir goes in that, Tim.
She does indeed, yes. One of the bizarre things about these championships is that athletes who are entered into the event don't have to confirm that they're going to show up and compete until 1 hour before their event. So most of the events, the finals through the day, the women's high jump, for example, the men's long jump, which is in what, about 3 hours time, there's no start list available. We can't confirm for you that Morgan Lake, for example, is going to show up and compete in the women's high jump. We're pretty sure that Laura Muir is going to be in that 3,000 metres final, but we don't know. It is one of the anomalies in the system, and it's something that I'm pushing to have changed, I must admit, sort of unofficially, with one or two contacts within the federation. Athletes are allowed to decide or confirm that they're competing within 1 hour of their event, which is just ridiculous. The night before they must know. 99% of them will know whether they're going to compete or not, and there should be a 6 o'clock deadline the night before, in my humble opinion. Answers on a postcard if you disagree. I'm not sure where. What's your email address, Scott?
Yeah, we'll post it on Twitter or something like that afterwards. Everybody can get in touch. They know where to find us, I'm sure. But all the action as well in the field today. We've got so many field events. The shot put, high jump, a bit of triple jump as well, which is all in front of us and about to get underway. And we start things off with the women's triple jump at around 11:30. So we'll be bringing you full and exclusive coverage of that event in around about 8 minutes' time. A couple of the highlight events for you coming this afternoon. The two 1500-metre finals. We fancy our chances for maybe seeing a couple of championship bests in those events as well, Tim.
Yeah, interesting, isn't it, that in the men's 1500 metres in particular, Eddie King's championship record goes back to 1999, 25 years ago. It's only 3:40 in this era when sub-3:30 clockings are becoming more and more common. The men's 1500 final at 3:20. There's one or two athletes in it who are well capable of smashing that championship record. Of course, championship racing is different. That's why championship records tend to very often be on the slow side, because there's no pacemakers. They're tactical affairs. There are medals up for grabs, and that's what matters. That is, as you may have heard me say before, that's what defines a career, are the medals and the titles, and not fast times. Nobody wants to come second behind an Olympic record. They want to win it in a slow time. They'd much prefer to.
Yeah, absolutely. And these UK Indoor Championships as well, a great opportunity for many athletes who may not feature in majors to come here and potentially get a gold medal, a silver medal or a bronze, or even just make a final, which could be a career best for them. The indoors is always about developing, and while some will be looking towards the World Indoor Championships and maybe gold medals there. Others will be looking to try and earn their stripes and develop their athletic potential on the short track indoors.
Yes, indeed. You may be able to hear in the background Catherine Merry, an Olympic bronze medalist over 400 metres in Sydney 2000. She's on the public address here in the arena, along with Jeff Whiteman, who's the father and coach of Jake Whiteman, the world champion at 1500 metres back in 2022 in Eugene. Remember those championships? The athletes are going to be presented to us very shortly for this first discipline, the women's triple jump, due underway, as Scott said, in about 5 minutes time. Now the athletes are out there, they've been warming up, getting their run-ups measured and right, and there will be in this women's triple jump just 9 competitors. The championship record, well, that belongs to a certain Asha Hansen, who was a world indoor champion. She was a fabulous athlete back in 1999, 25 years ago. The world record is by the Venezuelan Yulma Rojas, who was the outstanding world #1. She set that in Belgrade a couple of years ago at the World Indoors. Just a reminder that the World Indoor Championships are in Glasgow, Scotland, just up the road from us here in Birmingham, in about, 10-12 days time. They begin on the Friday, don't they, the 1st of March.
Yeah, not long to go at all, and you can of course watch all the action from those World Indoors live on the BBC as well. And we'll have home favourites and Scottish athletes competing in front of a home crowd for what may well be the first time. Of course, had the Commonwealth Games there back in 2014, and the Brits, we love a home game. We support it wholeheartedly, and well, with many opportunities to come, some of these athletes will be looking to take to the track very shortly in the women's triple jump. Well, it's an interesting one, really. You never quite know, as Tim says, who's going to turn up and where the medals may go as well. So for the women's triple jump, the athletes about to be presented out to us.
One disappointment, of course, is when so many top British athletes are at college in the USA and produce their performances out there. And Temi Ojora, for example, is the UK #1 in this discipline, the women's triple jump, but she's not here. Produced her best back on the 27th of January in Fayetteville, 13.77 to top the UK rankings. But, as is the case with the vast majority of collegiate athletes, they don't compete in the championships, so there were just about 0 collegiate athletes this last couple of days, Friday and Saturday, at the US Indoor Championships in Albuquerque, New Mexico. And yes, Ojora is absent from this competition, which is a great shame for my money.
Well, Shinara Hibbard, the first athlete we get to meet from Blackheath and Bromley, 30 years of age. Amelia Gray, 19 years of age, second at the England Under-20s last year. Michelle Yelaku, personal best of 12 metres and 31, set this season, only 18 years of age, from the East Midlands, competing here in the West. Adelaide Amita Woju, also starting for Harrow here. And Georgina Ford-Wells, looking to start her indoor campaign here in Birmingham. Lucy Robinson, down the motorway from Trafford up in Manchester. 12 metres 25 this year. Lily Hulland, Northern champion, 9th here 12 months ago. Amy Ware, only 19 years of age, real talent. 4th last year, Amy Ware. And Jasmine Hulland from City of Sheffield rounds up our lineup. She will fancy her chances to get amongst the medals. She was silver medalist here 12 months ago, Jasmine Hulland. Well,
nobody from the women's triple jump has qualified for the World Indoors, Scott.
No, and
there's us in our position high up in the gods above the finish line. Really privileged commentary position, by the way. We're so lucky to have this grandstand view of the oval here in the Utility Arena.
Well, it's a great venue, isn't it? And it's so good to have athletics back here. A couple of years we didn't have the championships here. We visited Sheffield, of course, one of the great indoor arenas in the UK, alongside Glasgow. which hosted the championships a few years back. But great to be back in Birmingham. This was a new track as well 12 months ago. It is fast. The athletes love coming here on the boards, as they call it, because it's not a concrete underlay underneath this track. It is on a board, and that gives a bit more spring, as you heard from the reigning British indoor 400-metre champion Sam Reardon say yesterday. He won the gold here 12 months ago, and they really love this as an indoor track. And yeah, we might even see potentially a push for some championship records on it this afternoon. So we are just lining up to see Shinara Hibbard or Amelia Gray in the very first jump in the triple jump. Well, she will fancy her chances here.
Yeah, Hibbard has opened her account with the first jump of the day, 11 metres 66, and well, that is very close to her season's best, although she is a 13.03 jumper at her absolute best at Blackheath and Bromley Harry. This is Gray, as you said, Andy, from Andover, just 19.
Yeah, very young, but a lot of the field as well. We've got 3 teenagers in this lineup, which is pretty good, and they are all well experienced in championship formats, having gone to the likes of the English schools and their local counties and regionals over the last couple of years, honing their skills.
And it's true to say, isn't it, that this is an event that's not going through a vintage period at the moment. I mean, the World Championship qualifying standard at this event is 14 metres 62, and the UK's best distance, as I said, by Ajora, who's not even here, is 13.77. So the best of those here is Lily Holland, and she's second ranked in the UK with 12 metres 78 this indoor season, so almost 2 metres off the World Championship qualifying standard. And the World Athletics have made those qualifying standards for the field event particularly tough, because they want straight finals, don't they? They don't want qualifying at the World Indoors as they used to be.
Yeah, it's going to be tough for any athlete to make it, and we'll be interested to see over the next couple of days what those rankings look like, and maybe whether some athletes get through to the World Indoors as part of the rankings process for qualification as well. Well, Michelle Yeleku, 11 metres 88 in that opening round. She takes an early lead. Only 3 jumps so far. Amelia Gray was second, and with a foul from her, so she still waits to get things underway. Adelaide Omitowoju.
Michelle Yeleku can go nearly half a metre further than that, though. As Adelaide Omitowoju has her first effort. We're early in this first round from the 9 competitors. Omitowoju just looking, doesn't have a performance this winter absolutely perfect on the board there. Surely that was league.
Yeah, she just didn't feel the jump. I think she bailed and ran through. Georgina Ford-Wells, though, Trafford AC, opening Woodford Green, rather, sorry, and she's opening up her season here, and that's a pretty good jump. That's very tidy indeed, and that's not going to be far off 13 metres. Well, it is a foul, unfortunately. Strong start. Well, it's an early start, isn't it? Perfect again on the board. Well, not quite, because she was just a toe over. Look at that, nothing really.
Great shame, isn't it? I mean, I don't quite understand why it isn't just a surface thing. If you touch the surface beyond the front edge of the board, then it should be a no jump. Breaking the beam or the air above the section beyond the front of the board, I don't get it. I really don't. It's a negative, unnecessarily negative rule for me. Lily Holland next to go. We've had 3 no jumps so far. Lucy Robinson, rather, it is taking her jump. Holland is next to go. Robinson second in the Northern Indoor Championships last year, and ranked 10th in the UK at the moment with 12 metres 25. Another no jump. So 4 out of 6 no jumps in this first round. They've had a little while to get used to this runway and get those run-ups sorted out.
Well, no Naomi Metzger here, one of our great British talents over the triple jump at the moment. Didn't compete too much last year, struggling with injury, I believe, and she was a bronze medalist here in Birmingham 2 years ago at the Commonwealth Games. This, though, is our UK leader. That's why she's got the red bib. And Lily Holland on the runway, 22 years of age. Oh, that is a big jump. That looks really, really good. Well, she gets a green light as well. And she won't be too far off. That 12 metres 78. It's a good start for Lily Holland. That's her season's best, 12 metres 78. Great hang time as well. 12 metres 84. Well, that is a new indoor personal best for Lily Holland. A little way down on her 13 metres 24 outdoor personal best. But she's going well at the moment, the Thames Valley Harrier.
And next to go, there she goes. It is Amy Waugh. 12.60 jump of this winter. Good speed. That looked like a no jump to me, though. That's a shame, because that's a big jump. Yeah, gets the red light. That's a shame. She really attacked that. Excellent speed on the runway for the 19-year-old Windsor Slough Eton and Hounslow athlete, but such good speed. She's way beyond the front edge of the board, so she'll need to move her marker back and treat the second round jump as perhaps a safety jump, a little bit more of a safety jump, because you don't want to put enormous pressure on yourself with your third and final jump. Because remember, there are 9 competitors here, so one athlete after the first 3 rounds will be eliminated. After the first 3 rounds, the athlete in 9th place will drop out of the competition, and then the remaining 8 will have 3 further jumps. So we've had 5 no jumps out of 8 efforts so far.
Another Holland on the runway. Jasmine currently ranked 6th in the UK with a personal best, an overall personal best of 12 metres and 51 so far in this campaign. And, well, that wasn't too bad. Around 12 metres. The lead currently held by Lily Holland, 12 metres 84. I'll just wait to see what the scoreboard shows. Really focused and committed on the runway. 12.09, she jumps up into second. And at the end of round 1, it is Lily Holland in the gold position and Jasmine Holland in silver. Michelle Yelaku, 11 metres 88 in third.
So, Hibbert then to open the second round. We didn't see her opener. She's in 4th place, 11.66. Only 4 valid jumps from the first round. Shannara Hibbert from Blackheath and Bromley. That's close to her season's best. That looks better. That looks much better. Gets the green light too. I thought it was close to being a no jump, but she really generated a lot of speed there on approach. And that's a brilliant second round effort from Hibbert. I don't know if it'll take the lead, but it looked well beyond 12 metres to me. Waiting for that mark to come up in this second round. Now her lifetime best, 13.03, 11.87 this year. And Hibbert at 12.31, so that she smashes her season's best by some 40 centimetres or so. 12.31 moves her up into second place. Now we have a competition in our hands. 3 athletes beyond 12 metres so far.
Good start. And here is Amelia Gray of Andover, foul in that first round. She's our second jumper in the competition. Just big reach on that middle phase. Going to be around 11.75 metres, which would put her up into 5th, but it was a red flag. Unfortunately, look there, just well over the board. And She will have to wait for the third round to get on the board. Well, she's just still trying to get that first jump of the season in the books.
I think, Scott, you put yourself under so much pressure though when your first 2 jumps are no jumps. I never quite understand why athletes in that situation don't make the second effort a bit more of a safety jump. Just get a mark on the board. Now, Michelle Ialecu, 11.88 their opener. She's in 4th place. Still only 4 athletes have recorded valid marks so far. Ialecu, youngest in the field that has the 3 teenagers in it. 12.31 her season's best, opened with 11.88. Is that an improvement for the youngster Ialecu? Michelle Ialecu, England and Northern junior champion. It's taken quite a while to come up this result. She was 8th last year in these championships, and Ialecu, she does improve marginally, stays in 4th place, 11 meters 91. So still some way behind her season's best and her personal best.
Well, Adelaide Omitowoju currently sits down at the bottom of the pile along with the other athletes that got a no jump in that first round. She's the England outdoor champion from 2023, and that is great speed, but it's a big jump. I think that's going to be a foul though, and it is. Well, that was big, and she would have put herself, I'm sure, up into second, but just look well over, really attack the runway, and just needs to be a bit more patient. Now, she needs one more, otherwise she's going to be out of the competition. Just needs a safety. Tall, rangy athlete. Perfect
So
for triple jump.
Sorry, Scott.
Well, Ford Wells up next then, Tim.
Yeah, still only 4 athletes have recorded valid marks. Astonishing. Ford Wells, no jump in the first round, and just looking at her, she comes into this competition without a mark for this year. She's a 12.73 jumper at her best. If she could equal that, she would move in 2nd place, and that looks a lot better and gets the green light, and that's right up there. That might be pushing her lifetime best. Woodford Green and Essex ladies athletes, 21 years old. Well, she is a UK international, good on the board there. 7th in the UK's back in 2020, and she opens with 12.78. She does move into 2nd place, and that is for Georgina Ford Wells a lifetime best. Brilliant second effort, and not the perfect landing, so there's more to come from her. Generated really good speed on her approach there, and becomes the 4th athlete over 12 meters. Lily Hullen still leading that 12.84 opener.
Well, Lucy Robinson, another athlete looking for her first jump of the competition. I've seen her on the outer track, just getting a few sprints in, trying to prime the system and getting the crowd here involved. Several thousand already in at the Utility Arena, and here goes Lucy Robinson. Looks good on the board this time and just makes it in. Well, they are jumping from the 11-meter board, which means that they aren't landing way into the pit as maybe you might be used to seeing. And it was clean, very clean on the board. Needed to get one in, Lucy Robinson. 12.25 her best so far this season, indoor personal best. 11 meters 65 that second round attempt. She's got a jump on the scoreboard. Maybe feels a bit tough, Tim, that they're jumping from the 11-meter board in this women's competition.
Yeah, they're just making the sand, some of them, but that's okay. They will get further and further. It's a young field. So the event leader, Lily Holland, then 7th in the jumping order, the 22-year-old from Thames Valley Harriers. Should have been pleased to see Cordery's pole vaulting last night. Here she goes. And does she get the green light? Yes, she does. Holland opened with 12.84. She looks pretty happy with the way things are going at the moment.
Yeah, not bad at all. And so aggressive on the runway. Look at the pop off the board. That's exactly what you want to see. And just trying to glide into the pit.
12.72 there. So good, consistent first couple of jumps from Lily Holland. Two of the best 3 jumps of the day so far.
Well, Amy Waugh down the runway, only incredibly young, 19 years of age, and that's pretty good. Such good speed, really aggressive as well. Snappy is how I would describe that. And very calm about the way she handles the business. Third at the England Under-20 Championships last year. Amy Ware. She's maybe an outside bet for a medal here. 12 metres and 47. First legal the jump of the competition for Amy Ware. And she's looking for more in round 3. Currently sits in 3rd.
So just Jasmine Holland to conclude this second round. Opened with 12.09. She's down in 5th place, the City of Sheffield and Durn athlete. Good speed. And that looks all right. Does she get the green light? Yes, she does. Looked nicely judged, that effort. Her lifetime best 12.51. I think she was well over 12 metres there. Has given away quite a bit of ground. What about 20 centimetres on the board there? Don't think she'll be a million miles away from a lifetime best, Jasmine Holland. 12.22. Well, that's a significant improvement on her opener of 12.09. She's in 5th place. And it's looking nicely competitive among those top 5 competitors. The lead 12.84 by Lily Holland. The 5th place 12.22 by Jasmine Holland.
Shinara Hibbard looking for a big 3rd round effort. She currently sits in 4th place. A foul in the first round. 12 metres 31. Hibbard and rhythmical. And that's over 12 metres. Not sure it'll be much better. She got 11.66 in the first round, 12.31 in the second. Well, she was well behind the board, very safe indeed. High stepping down that runway. Again, lovely pop and didn't collapse either. Kept the momentum, and that is 12 metres 47, an improvement for Shinara Hibbard, and she goes up into 3rd.
So it's building nicely, isn't it? Hibbard then just opened round 3. Here's Amelia Gray now. She's in real trouble. 2 no jumps so far for the Andover AC athlete. She's just 19 years old. Very nervous moments for her. So her opening competition of 2024. She is a 12.32 jumper at her best. That looked better. Don't think she's gone beyond 12 metres though, but she's recorded a mark. 11.65 is 7th place at the moment. I rather fancy she might finish up in 8th place, with Amita Woju yet to take her 3rd jump, and she is the only other athlete with 2 no jumps from the first 2 efforts. So she could get shunted out of the top 8 and out of the competition there. Amelia Gray. 11.59. Well, it's not good compared with a lifetime best. It is a season's best, of course, because it's her opening contest of this indoor season, but she's a 12.32 jumper, and she's just jumped 11.59, some 60 centimetres plus below her lifetime best, so she'll be chewing her nails for a couple of minutes.
Well, Michelle Yeleku, 11.91 in round 2. Looks clean on the board. Oh, just runs through. Well, it was teed up nicely, so she gets the red button. And still stays in 6th place. 2 consistent jumps, both within 3 centimetres of each other. And she's going to need half a metre to get amongst the medals here. Her face said it all. She just knew that she lost it.
So here we go then. Adelaide Omitowaju. No jumps in the first and second rounds, and she needs a mark here, and she needs to go beyond 11.59 to make the top 8, or else this is the end of her competition. And Omitowaju, well, she's a 12.36 jumper. It's well within her compass. And that looks okay. That looks okay from Omitowaju, who does get the green light, and I think that might be bad news for Amelia Gray from Andover AC. Omitowaju looking to better 11.59. And little doubt as she just gets the tip of her toes on the board there. 12.64. It's a great third pressure jump there from Omitowaju. She moves into 3rd place with 12.64.
Well, she just stepped on the line there on the runway as she was coming down with a step. So she got the green light though. I don't know, Tim. I can't remember the rules. Is it out of the rules to step on the line or over the line down the runway in your jump phase of the triple jump?
If you scrape your foot, you mean, during one of the other phases? Yeah, that's obviously a foul.
Well,
she got away with it.
I think so.
Do you know, I didn't notice that. I was scribbling something down here.
Easy to lose your balance though, and Ford Wells just losing hers on that 3rd attempt. 12.78, still her best from that one legal jump she's got from the 2nd round. She sits in 2nd, nicely poised as we go to the back end of the competition here. Top 3 athletes all within 20 centimetres of each other, and if it goes anything like the women's long jump yesterday, we could have a complete change of medals come the final 3 jumps.
Let's just remind you that the men's high jump gets underway in about 3 or 4 minutes time, and then the first track action is at 12 o'clock, so in about 7 or 8 minutes time the women's 200-metre heats, followed by the men's 200-metre heats on the track, and in between those the women's shot put gets underway just before 12:30. Now Robinson, Lucy Robinson, no, she loses it as well, and she's in 8th place at the moment with 11.65 as this 3rd round continues. What we do know is that these athletes have all guaranteed themselves 3 more jumps, with Amelia Gray unfortunately being the athlete that will drop out from this 9-woman final. Men's high jump about to get underway, and 10 competitors going in this one. The championship record by Tom Parsons and Robbie Grabart, 2:31 back in 2024. And let's have a look at this field. Will Grimsey, Woodford Green Essex Ladies, is in that 2:24 jumper at his best. He is the UK #1, and he will jump first. Down to Tom Hughes, who's a 10th in the jumping order, the Chelmsford AC athlete, who's a 2:06 athlete this season. Grimsey, well, he's a world-class jumper at his best, a 2:24 performer. 2:20 this year. There he is. Grimsey producing a 2:20 this season in Belgium back on the 10th of February, so only last week. Morgan Williams from Leeds City AC is a 2:06 performer, Northern champion this winter. Aiken Coward is 3rd in the jumping order. Shuffled Bonnet Harris, a 2:12 performer, very close to his lifetime best this year. He is the UK #3. Luke Ball for Yeaton District AC, just 19 years old, 2:08 his personal best. Ball 5th in the jumping order. Kimani Jack for Shuffled Bonnet Harris. They've got really good representation of these championships in one event after another. Such a strong North London club. The 20-year-old is the best of 2:15 this winter, and he's the UK #2. Glide That's Ethan Glyde. He's 7th in the jumping order, just 17 years old, the youngest in this final in the City of Plymouth athlete. 2:07 performer this winter. Divine Duruwaku goes 8th in the jumping order, the Harrow AC athlete. 2:07 performer this winter. He's 9th ranked in the UK. Ryan Webb from Bournemouth, down on the south coast, the British Riviera. He goes 9th in the jump order, and Tommy Hughes completes the lineup, the Chelmsford AC athlete. 2:13 performer at his best, but 2:06 this winter has him down in 11th equal on the UK rankings.
Well, Jasmine Holland in the triple jump, and this is her 3rd round effort, the last jumper to go in this 3rd round. She currently sits in 6th with 12 metres and 22. She's the Northern champion. Looks good on the board. Nicely done. Just over 12 metres it looks to be. She was 9th here 12 months ago. I wonder whether she's going to finish a bit higher than that this time. She gets the green light, and it is 12:23, so a small 1 centimetre improvement for Jasmine Holland in that 3rd round. Again, very committed down the runway. Nicely balanced as well. And Holland looking good, approaching the back end of this women's triple jump competition. So Holland there, just a quick word with the coach. Femi Akinsanya. Well, you can just see the middle of our indoor track here at the Birmingham Utilita Arena, and we've got a great setup for the shot put and the high jump behind it. And this is in the high jump. That was Luke Ball over 199, first attempt. That's where the bar started at.
Well, the first action on the track is just a couple of minutes away. The athletes out on the track and ready behind their blocks. Not running major international championships, the 200 metres. It's deemed that there is too much of a disadvantage for the athletes on the inner 2 lanes, so it was scrapped a few years back now, but they are being held in these UK championships.
Well, you would have just seen then the national record set this season by Amber Anning, 22.60 seconds. These athletes will have to be going some to get anywhere close to that. And that is Heat 1, the 4 athletes lining up. It's the first 2 in each heat to go through to the semi-finals. On the outside, in the pink then, of Glasgow Jaguars, Lois Garland. 24.32 so far this season. Emma Holmes is in lane 5, 2nd at the English schools last year. Serena Grace of Windsor, Slowington and Hounslow in 4. Nice lane to be in, lane 4. Got a bit of work to do though to chase Garland, and on the inside Tiffany Cox goes in lane 3 from Abingdon. Oldest in the field at a mere 25 years of age. Tiffany Cox, semi-finalist at the UK Outdoor Championships over 100 metres last year. So Lois Garland, fastest in the field.
Back to that high jump, and that's at Ryan Webb, popping over 199. Modest height at this stage in the men's high jump.
First heat of the women's 200 metres. Cox, Grace, Holmes and Garland on the outside.
Set.
Nicely away, and as the crowd still trickling into Birmingham here, we've got a few thousand with us, and on the outside Garland starting to push away, and I said Grace would be good in lane 4, and she's using that advantage, the sight line of the 2 favourites outside of her, and those 3 athletes coming into the home stretch here, and it is still Garland that just about leads. Holmes in 2nd, and Garland's going to pull away for the win. On the outside, 24.16. Wow, that is quick. That is a new lifetime best, if confirmed, better than her outdoor personal best as well from Lois Garland. We said this Birmingham track is quick, and a fantastic run. Emma Holmes, well, she might not be too far off her personal best as well. And Emma Holmes confirmed 24.38 seconds in second for her, and Serena Grace 24.67. So the top two there, Lois Garland and Emma Holmes, will go through to the semi-finals. It's a personal best as well.
There's the situation after 3 rounds in women's triple jump. Those are the 8 who will take 3 more jumps. Holland leads. Lily Holland from Thames Valley Harris, 12.94. It's tight though, isn't it? 12.78 is the second place distance for Georgina Ford-Wells. And Lucy Robinson gets this 4th round underway with a no jump, unfortunately. She has just the one valid effort from her 4 so far. That was 11.65 in round 2. She is lying in 8th place. Got a couple of lives left in which to improve her account as Robinson. And 11.65 for her. Well, she is a 12.25 jumper this winter. She is capable of so much more. She's 10th ranked in the UK, but of those here, she's 5th ranked. So there's plenty more to come.
Great shot there. The high jump Morgan Williams foul. The first attempt at 2 meters and 4.
Most of those fellas popping over 199 without any trouble, Scott, aren't they? As you'd expect. The opening height in that high jump competition. Bar's just moved up to 204. And that's Aiken Coward who eases over that one without any trouble. It's his first jump.
Well, Jasmine Holland, round 4 of the triple jump. Improved in the 3rd round by 1 centimetre to 12 metres and 23. Away she goes. Look clean on the board, and maybe a small improvement. Still around 12 metres, won't be too far off what she's done already. She had a lot of room to spare. She needs half a metre to get amongst the medals at the moment. Jasmine Holland. "12 metres and 20, we said it would be about the same. It's within 3 centimetres of her best, so nice and consistent once again from Jasmine Holland. Shannara Hibbard up next. And Hibbard sits in 5th. 12 metres and 47, her best so far. And 30 centimetres to best Amy Waugh, who sits in that bronze medal position at the moment. It's great turnover down the runway. And that was good. That looked really good, actually. Well, it won't be too far off what she's already done, Shannara Hibbard, at that 12 metres and 47. Almost perfection on the board. Look at that. Well, nervous weight. She gets the green light, 12.78. And she's got almost 30 centimetres exactly, 31 to be precise. Shannara Hibbard up into 2nd place. And that is a fantastic jump. She's got the same distance as Georgina Ford-Wells, and that's the result from Heat 1 of the women's 200. Lois Garland, personal best, 12.41. Emma Holmes, 12.43 personal best. Those are 2 qualifiers. And Tiffany Cox, well, she got a personal best, but she was disqualified. Unfortunately, it's not to be for her today.
There's the lineup for the second heat. It's getting very busy in the arena with that shot put final about to get underway for the women. The men's high jump final as well. The triple jump final for women. and 200s as well. The athletes out on the track for this second heat. The first two go through by right with 5 non-automatic qualifiers to the semi-finals. That's on the outside. Brooke Ironside, the UK number 2, this winter the fastest here. Amber Ranning is the UK number 1, but she's not here. She's off in the USA competing. She goes in 6, Brooke Ironside. Lucy Townley goes in 5, 4th English Juniors indoors last year. Recently won the London Indoor Games at Lee Valley. There's Wopples, Madeline Wopples. She goes in 4, Midlands champion last year, the Solihull and Smaller-Heath athlete. In 3, Rachel Callan, Scottish 200 and 400 metre medalist, competes for Gifford North. This is a really young field. Nobody in this field is over 21. And Rachel Bennett, well, she's the grand old dame in this field, and she's in lane 2. The Sale Harrier Manchester athlete. She's 21 years old. Silver medalist in the English Championships last year.
Well, that was a 4th round effort from Amy Watt.
So, in their blocks then, for this second heat of the women's 200 metres.
Set.
Great lane draw for Brooke Ironside on the outside in this second heat. She's in lane 6, the UK number 2 down the back straight. She's already beginning to pull away a little bit from Lucy Townley in 5 inside her. Good running from Madeline Wopples, though, in lane 4 in the yellow. And brilliant running from the inside there from Rachel Bennett. She comes round into the bend in 2, and she's challenging for the win here. And it's really strong from Bennett. But as they come to the line, it is just a win for Brooke Ironside, but not by much, less than a metre or so, I would say, at the line. The winning time, 23.81 from Brooke Ironside, and that is only a couple of strides outside her lifetime best of 23.58 that she ran a couple of weeks ago at Lee Valley. That was on the 4th of January. And that is significantly quicker than the winning time of Garland, who won the first heat in 24.17. That was a personal best for Garland. Indeed, Holmes behind her also got a personal best in 2nd place. But yes, Brooke Ironside goes through, along with the really strong running there from Rachel Bennett. Bennett in lane 2 can offer a great deal more than that, goodness me. She runs a personal best, 23.95 for that 2nd place. Madeline Wopples in 3rd with 24.44, also a personal best there. And Wopples from lane 4. But that is the run of the day, really. Rachel Bennett from lane 2, looking so strong.
Well, lane 2, if she got lane 6 or maybe even lane 5 in the semi-finals, you could be looking to take something like half a second off that. That's the impact that running around that incredibly tight lane 2 has. And here is Lily Holland in round 4. The triple jump she leads with 12 metres and 94. This is her 4th attempt. Might be close to the board there. It was a great jump. Wow, such a great hang. We're just waiting for the green light. Oh, it was almost perfection, but it's a red, and that is such a shame. Would have been far off her leading jump. And she will have 2 more efforts to go to try and hold off. Look at the pop off that final phase. She absolutely flew, looks in great form. And it's going to be Lucy Robinson.
Well, that's Webb popping over 204. The height that's moved up to from 199 in this men's high jump final. Remember, what 10 competitors going in this one. We're flicking backwards and forwards now and over to the triple jump again.
Well, here goes Robinson, round 5 for her, just running through. And she will have 1 more effort for that. Having a bit of a tough day with those 4 no jumps. She's still got a best of 11.65 in this competition. One more 200-metre action to come. And this is heat 3. Amma Pippi goes on the inside. Might feel a little hard done by with that lane draw. But on the outside from Liverpool, Niamh McGee, best this year, 24.64. It's Hannah Longden of Cardiff going in lane 5. Longden, reigning Bucks indoor champion as well. Michelle Viwamba, well, she's in 4. We saw her last weekend at the England Age Group Championships, a finalist there over this distance as well. Well, multiple time England and GB junior athlete Sophie Walton. She's a World and European junior finalist, but on the inside she'll be hunted down, I suspect, by Emma Pippi. She's an Olympic semi-finalist over the 400 metres. This perhaps one of the tightest of the heats. And Pippi, Walton, of course, an athlete that's finished 4th here over this event over the last 2 years. A lot of work to do for Pippi and Walton in lanes 2 and 3, but it's Wamba in 4, Longden in 5, and McGee in 6, heat 3 of the women's 200 metres. Cleanly away, great start from Longden in 4, 5, already closing that gap on McGee on the outside. Walton moving strongly, Pippi now just starting to flow down that back straight, and she is under strict orders to try and close that gap as soon as possible. And Longden just leads as they come into the home straight. Pippi is there, closing 2, and it's Pippi that's going to take this one from Hannah Longden. 23.71, that's a great run from Emma Pippi in lane 2. And Hannah Longden gets that second automatic qualifying spot. Sophie Walton wasn't too far behind, but she'll have to wait and see whether she's done enough to get through to the next round. Well, Pippi wouldn't have been too happy with having lane 2. But she made the absolute most of it. I've seen her here many times at these UK Indoor Championships. First in 2020 came away with that gold, looking for another.
Well, back to this women's triple jump now. It's building nicely, this. We're coming to the business end, round 5. And Shannara Hibbert, she's lying in 2nd place. A big effort, big improvement. Coming in round 4, 12.78. She started hitting her straps a bit more in round 3 with 12.47, then 12.78. And that looks useful, that looks really useful. She's chasing 12.94. I'm not sure if she's done it. She might have improved marginally, but Lily Holland leads with 12.94 from round 3. Fouled out in round 4 did Holland. But Hibbert here, applying pressure from behind. Has she done enough? 12.78, she needs to find another 16 centimetres. Although actually 17, because Lily Holland's opener was 12.84 and it's 12.82. Well, it's a slight improvement. She closes the gap on Lily Holland, the leader, but stays in 2nd place. What she does do is ease away a little bit further from Georgina Ford-Wells, who had the same distance as her at 12.78. But Hibbert had 2nd place on countback. Now she has 2nd place outright.
Well, results then from heat 3, Emma Pippi 23.71 from lane 2, and it was 23.91 in 2nd for Hannah Longden. Those two will go through to the semi-finals.
Omitowoju, with her 5th round effort, runs through. She still had just one valid effort. That was the 12.64 in round 3. She just cannot get it right. Men's high jump, the bar is now at 2.08. Ooh. And Jack just tipping it off there. Kimani Jack, the Shaftesbury Barnet Harry. He's a 2.15 performer, so he's not too far away from his limits.
Yeah, looking good. And Kimani Jack finished in equal 4th place last year. Will fancy getting amongst the medals here in 2024. And there is Amy Wall, a foul in the 5th round for her in the triple jump. Well, she is in 4th at the moment, 5 centimetres back on Georgina Ford-Wells, who only's got one legal jump so far this competition. Divine Duraku. A failure at 2:08 for him. He'll have 2 more attempts at that height. He's a silver medalist at the UK Indoors 2 years ago.
There's the scene, the shot put final, due underway at 12:28. There's 10 minutes or so away. There's the lineup for Heat 4 in the women's 200 metres. 4 athletes out there: Lauren Blakey, Bandy, Brooks and Tustin from the outside going in. The qualifying, remember, is the first 2 go through by right to the semi-finals later on this afternoon, and then 5 non-automatic qualifiers. The benchmark is 24.86. That's the target for the 3rd placer in this one. Lauren Blakey, Northern Indoor champion this winter, 13th ranked in the UK, the WAC athlete. She's in 6. In 5, Ellie Mae Bandy from Hearts Phoenix AC, 16th ranked in the UK, 24.37 this year. Stephanie Brooks goes in lane 4, 3rd in the Welsh Indoor Championships this year, but has never broken 25 seconds, and the same for her Welsh compatriot, who was 2nd in the Welsh Indoor Championships just recently. Izzy Tustin goes in lane 3. Both of them, Tustin and Brooks, the Welsh athletes in lanes 3 and 4, knocking on the door of 25 seconds.
Well, there's Lily Hollands with her 5th round effort. Gets another red flag. And it looked pretty good. That was over 13 metres. But there you go, just over the board. That's 2 fouls on the bounce. She is leading, so maybe just committing a bit more to these jumps.
On your marks.
So, into their blocks then for this 4th heat of the women's 200 metres. 1 heat to come. The first 2 go through by right. Izzy Tustin of Cardiff in 3. Stephanie Brooks in 4 for Yaton District. Ellie Mae Bandy in 5 for Hearts Phoenix, and WAC's Lauren Blakey in 6.
Set.
Away they go. Tough lane draw this for Izzy Tustin on the inside there in lane 3. In effect, lanes 1 and 2 obviously empty as they move down the back straight. She's running strongly though, and good running too from Ellie Mae Bandy in lane 5, closing up on Blakey outside her as they come off the bend. Bandy has the lead marginally. It's a very tough, real battle down the home straight here over the last 50 or so, but pulling away there and crossing the line side by side there. They were pulling away from those behind, but Lauren Blakey and Ellie Mae Bandy in lanes 5 and 6, the favourable outer lanes, which of course are a little bit more gentle on the bends, pulling away there from the other 2 and just waiting for confirmation of that win. It was very tight indeed. Lauren Blakey's been given it 24.36. It's going to be very tight, surely. Mind you, Emma Pivi's win in the 3rd heat, 23.71, by far the quickest of the day so far. Ironside winning the 2nd heat in 23.81. Actually, that was a great one from Brooke Ironside, the UK number 2. But Blakey winning that one 24.36 to 24.40, just 4 100s in it. Ellie Mae Bandy in 2nd place. Stephanie Brooks 3rd with 24.70.
Divine Duraku then, 2nd attempt at 2 metres and 8. Silver medalist from last year. He's got 1 more at 2:08. He jumped 2 metres and 12 for his silver medal last year. He's going to need something similar to that today. He was clear first time at 2:04, but maybe just struggling here over 2:08. That was Yelaku. She gets a green light in the triple jump. She's currently down in 7th, and this is her final jump of the competition. She's going to need a good chunk to climb up the leaderboard. 12 metres and 7. It is an improvement. Best in the competition, but no jump up the leaderboard for Michelle Yelaku, and that is her day done here at the UK Indoor Championships.
Well, it is coming quick and fast. The shot put final for women about 8 minutes away to 9 minutes away. And there's the lineup for the 5th and final heat. The men's 200s come after this.
Well, the reigning champion goes in lane 3 here, Success Erdogan. She's a medalist outdoors over the 200 as well. That was Jasmine Holland in the triple jump.
Jasmine Holland in 6th place, taking her 6th round effort there. She's jumps 12.03, no improvement on her 3rd round, 12.23. She will finish in 6th place. And good consistent series. She's one of the few to have recorded 5 out of 6 jumps have been recorded marks, and they're all over 12 metres.
Shinara Hibbard, currently in 2nd in this triple jump. She's had 5 jumps so far, all scoring, and she had a huge 12 metres and 78 in the 4th round, even better with 12.82 in the 5th. Can this go further? Well, it will be a solid 12-metre jump. Not too sure if that's going to be any improvement on her best so far. And she will have to sit and wait to see what everybody else says. Look how much she left on the board. Huge amount. Well, 12.47 for Shinara Hibbard. And she sits in 2nd with 4 more jumpers to come. 3 of them have the chance to go above her in the medals. But consistent series. Well, here is the 5th and final heat of the women's 200. On the outside then, Guernsey athlete Abby Galpin, Highland Games 200-metre champion last year. Well, one of the favourites perhaps for this heat, Ayula Babalola, Winterslowy and then Hounslow. Isabel Skelton is in 4. Big cheers for her, University of Birmingham athlete. And on the inside, the reigning champion, Success Erdogan, only 19 years of age, from Sale Harriers, and she's a double bronze medalist at the last 2 European Juniors, so starting to progress through the ranks now in the under-23s, and oh, she's a real talent. Heat 5 of the women's 200 metres. Erdogan, Skelton, Babalola and Galpin.
Set.
Great aggressive start from Galpin on the outside. Babalola trying to close the gap between those two, and Success Erdogan now just flying down the back straight. Look at her go. This is what she used to her advantage to take the gold medal 12 months ago, and she's in good form from lane 3 here, just coming into the home straight now. Babalola is there in touching distance, but Success Erdogan charging for the line. 24.04. Well, it's more than half a second down on her best, but from lane 3 it's a tight old draw, and she committed in the first 100 metres. The spikes are off, and Erdogan still on course to try and retain her title here. Good maturity to handle that opening heat.
Well, it wasn't a great lane draw, was it? Lane 3 for the Sale Harrier. Certainly there'll be more to come. Her opening competition of the season. Bar at 2.12 now, and in that men's high jump, and Aiken Coward.
Well, here we go.
That.
Georgina Ford-Wells. Well, it's another foul from her, and she's only got 2 legal jumps. She will stay in 5th with 12 metres and 78, muscled out of the medals in the final few rounds.
Well, Coward pops over that one. The previous jumper, Morgan Williams. And Coward comes the first clear at 2.12. 3 jumps and 3 clearances so far. Is going really well. that equals his season's best, so he's looking really confident. I think his lifetime best of 2:14 is in danger. Aiken Coward, the leader in that men's final at the moment.
Well, there's the results from Heat 5. Success Erdogan 24.03 and Abby Galpin from lane 6, the other qualifier.
Back to this triple jump, and Lily Holland concludes the competition. 12.94 her third round jump. Funnily enough, she had 3 good efforts in the first 3 rounds: 12.84, 12.72 and 12.94, and then no jumps in round 4, no jump in round 5. Good height there. Works really hard with the arms to get each 3 of these phases, and fabulous height in the final effort there. 13.06 to finish with a flourish, and becomes the only jumper over 13 metres and wins by a clear distance. Remember, her 12.94 in round 3 was matched by Omotowaju in round 6, but on countback she retained the lead. Well, she now has the lead, out and out lead, with a 13.06 and the title. She is UK champion, the Thames Valley Harrier. Lily Holland, really good series, and what a reaction from her to Omotowuju's. Throwing down the gauntlet almost, even though it wasn't retaking the lead with that 12.94 in the final round. So Holland wins then from Omotowuju, and Amy War with a brilliant final round from her as well. 12.88 in round 6.
Well, women's shot put about to come on your screens. Well, let's take a look at the field. Anna Nicholson of Gateshead. We've got Amelia Campbell as well. Jane O'Dowda, Jess Hopkins, Shauna Thompson, probably a great sprinter in her youth. Serena Vincent, Amy Kennedy, Katarina Johnson-Thompson here just upping her shot put skills ahead of the outdoor campaign, which could prove incredibly fruitful for the heptathlon world champion. Annabelle Amadin is also there, another Sale Harrier, only 18 years of age. Sophie McKenna, keep an eye out for her, opening her season. 18 metres 82, that best for her. Sabrina Fortune, F20 para athlete, she's here too. Clea Agipon, great youngster, only 18 years of age, starting to build nicely. And our 13th and final athlete, Teddy Toshuda of Shettleston Harriers, she is also there. And well, first chance to really see Sophie McKenna for a bit. She's been digging deep. Big cheers for Katarina Johnson-Thompson. Was originally entered for a few events, but just choosing to focus on the shot put here. Well, Sophie McKenna, who competes here, set her lifetime best and the championship best performance of 18 metres 82 2 years ago. She'll be looking for more of the same.
Well, the athletes out on the track for the first of the men's 200 metre heats. There'll be 4 heats for the men's 200. The women's shot final about to get underway, as we've seen. The men's high jump final is underway. The women's triple jump final has just concluded. If that's not enough for you, then I don't know what is. But there's the overall rankings going to the semi-finals. Emma Pippi, the quickest, 23.81, and then Brooke Ironside and Hannah Longdon also under 24 seconds, along with Rachel Bennett. Personal best for Bennett there, the Sale Harrier. Manchester athlete, that's great from her. So Success Erdogan, the defending champion, 5th fastest, but she did only have lane 3, so I'm sure there's plenty more to come from her. And then the other qualifiers going down to Serena Grace, 24.67 did become the benchmark. Tiffany Cox, the only disqualification, unfortunately, I think she was in lane 3, and I'm sure that was a lane transgression, just treading on the white line to the inside of her lane.
The high jump then, Ryan Webb. This was a great clearance. The earlier height for him of 2 metres and 8. This is his third and final attempt. The Bournemouth man for 2 metres and 12.
So it is back to the track for the first of 4 heats in the men's 200 metres. Frankie Frederick, the Namibian, setting that world record in the Yeban. 1996, 19.92. He ran it in 1996. I remember covering that race. Quite astonishing. It's still the only sub-20-second 200 metres in history. Anyway, here we go. Blake Brown, Nicholas Price, Richard Akinyeba and Bradley Whitehead. The battle promises to be between lanes 5 and 6. Bradley Whitehead here for Rugby in Northampton AC is the UK number 8 this winter, ran 21.37 in Sheffield a couple of weeks back. Semi-finals, by the way, are at 1:50, so in about an hour and a half's time, an hour and 20 minutes time. Richard Akinyeba is ranked 7th in the UK. They're almost identical on paper. 21.29 this season. The Be Fit Today Track Academy athlete in 5. Nicholas Price goes in 4 for Royal Sutton Coldfield AC. 2nd in the UK indoors. Back in 2020, he's 31 years old now, Price. And in lane 3, Blake Brown, the 24-year-old Sale Harris Manchester athlete. Bronze medalist in the Welsh Championships last year. 21.69 this winter. That is his lifetime best. So the first 2 go through by right to the semi-finals in an hour and 20 minutes time. And 2 non-automatic qualifiers. Obviously 4 heats, the first 2, that's 8. And 2 non-automatic qualifiers to give us 10 going through to the semi-finals. Brown in 3, Price in 4, Akinyeba 5, Whitehead 6. Now I didn't see any transgressor there, but there was a full start, or a faulty start at least. The judge has decided. Now
in the shot put then, Jade O'Dowda, our long jump champion from yesterday. It's her first attempt. And Amelia Campbell winning the competition, only 3 throws so far, 16 metres 79.
Qualify the athlete in lane 6, please.
O'Dowda 12.74 that first effort.
And unfortunately it's lane 6, Bradley Whitehead, who's being disqualified there for a full start. That's a great shame. I didn't spot it, I have to say, looking down on the track below us. But it doesn't take much. It can be a split second too early a reaction for the gun. And the Rugby Northampton AC athlete is gone. That's a real shame. He was a semi-finalist last year at the UK Indoor Championships. He goes out before he even gets his heat underway here. So we're down to 3. And Blake Brown goes in 3 in this first heat of the men's 200 metres. Nicholas Price in 4. Richard Akinyeba in lane 5. The first 2 go through by right. Well, this time they're away, and Akinyeba in lane 5 has a slight lead. Really good aggressive running by Blake Brown in lane 3. He's pushing really hard. He's trying to close down on Price outside him, and he's doing a good job of it at the moment. Price is trying to hold him. Akinyeba, the lead's coming into the straight, and he's not going to be caught. Pulls away over the last 30 or so. Crosses the line at 21.58 by Akinyeba. And that is good, solid sprinting. His season's best 21.29. He has run 21.1. He's knocked on the door of sub-21 second territory in the past, but that was a pretty comfortable win, actually, for Richard Akinyeba for the wonderfully named Be Fit Today Track Academy. What about tomorrow?
Well, got to focus on today, I guess. If you're an athlete, you've got to focus on the lane. I think that's what they try and tell you these days, isn't it? But yeah, Richard Akinyeba, reigning champion, went sub-20 outdoors last year, so he's in good form.
Nick Price there, second, 21.94. He will obviously go through as well. And it was Blake Brown who finished in 3rd place. Not surprisingly, in lane 3, had to negotiate those tough bends in lane 3, 22.17. Well, the women's triple jump. And as the overall result and the title going to Lily Hullen, but Amy Ward took bronze. Adelaide Omitowoju taking silver, and it was very close to 12.94. She pushed till the end. She only had 2 valid jumps, but it came in round 6, a big effort to equal the leading effort from Lily Hullen, who stayed in the lead because of a second best jump, her second best jump being better But then Lily Holland really did nail it with her final round effort, 13.06, the Thames Valley Harrier. And what with some rather good pole vaulting last night as well. The Thames Valley Harriers having a good weekend in the field.
Yeah, fabulous. 2 goals to hang in their clubhouse. And what a way to finish that competition as well. Just the last 2 jumps it really came down to, wasn't it? So great effort from those athletes. This in the high jump, Will Grimsey, the reigning champion, just knocking the bar off at 2.15 meters on his second attempt. He's going to have one more. Tom Hughes, the Chelmsford man's the only athlete clear at that height at the moment. Akin Coward has got 2 more efforts as well.
Back to this shot put final. Well, and in this shot put, remember it's a big field, 13 in this final. At the moment, KJT, what can she produce here? Her best 13.15. It's her opening competition of the winter, her lifetime best 13.15. So that's a solid opener from her, 12.23. She didn't look delighted with it. She'll build through the next couple of efforts, I'm sure. Whether she'll make the cut or not remains to be seen. And there's confirmation of that win for Richard Akinyebo. 21.58 in the first of the 4 heats in the men's 200. Nick Price, 21.94, goes through as well.
Well, good in the shot put there from Annabelle Amadin. 12.58 meters from her. And she goes into 8th place.
So, Grimsey next to go in this high jump. Now, he cleared the previous height, 2.12. At the third time of asking. This is third and final attempt, Grimsey, at 2.15. Oh, gets it! Collapses there in relief. Oh dear. Probably thinking to himself, why did I put myself in that position? Why did I put myself under so much pressure? Why didn't I just get it on the first attempt? That worked well. But he becomes the second man over 2.15 along with Tom Hughes, who cleared it first time. So Hughes leads from Grimsey. Akin Coward in third. He's cleared 2.12 first time, but he too has a third and final attempt at 2.15 coming up. That'll be next in the high jump.
Well, still 3 more heats of the men's 200 meters to come.
Here he comes then. Akin Coward. Now, he's ranked third in the UK. Shimani Jack, 3 failures at 2.08 today. Could only manage 2.04. And he is the UK number 2. Route 2.15 this winter behind Grimsey. Here he goes though. Oh no, not to be. Not for Coward today. He will finish in third place with 2.12. Frustrating for him because he was perfect at 2.04, 2.08 and 2.12, and then hit the buffers at 2.15. And Akin Coward, well, it would have been a lifetime best, and he had a good go at this. Now just clips it with his backside there. I think he had that. He'll watch that and be really, really frustrated.
Well, this is heat 2 of the men's 200 meters. The top 2 will go through to those semi-finals, which begin for the men at 1:50 p.m. This on the outside is Alex Houchen. Silver medal last weekend at the England Under-20 Championships in this event, ran 21.56 seconds. He could go quicker here in Birmingham. Dean Patterson, the leader in the field this weekend, 21.07 to take gold at the England Under-20s 1 week ago. He's in such good form. Connor Neal from Harrow, he's in for England Under-23 400-meter champion 2 years ago, Connor Neal. Brooke Cronin, semi-finalist here 12 months ago, and 6th at the European Juniors in this event, hasn't competed this season. And Rory Vos, 18 years of age, 3 18-year-olds. And Rory Vos, saw him last weekend at the England age groups, made the semi-final in this event. Have to use all of his power.
On your mark.
Around the bends here. So heat 2 of the men's 200 metres. Vos, Cronin, Neil, Patterson and Huchin on the outside.
Set.
Well, Patterson, very confident young man and already looking to close that gap on Huchin, who is flying in lane 6. Cronin with a bit of work to do from lane 3. It's tough with those tight bends, but Patterson, who looks so comfortable winning the England under-20 gold last weekend, is absolutely flying here. A look over his inside shoulder, cruising to the line in 21.33. That looked good. And Brooke Cronin, I think, just coming through in around about second. Well, it's tough to see from our vantage point, and Dean Patterson, he almost walked over the line in the final of the England under-20s last weekend. I think that's because he had one mind on taking the British title here. And it'll be good to see how he progresses over the next 2 rounds. Didn't want to expend too much energy there. Well, Alex Huchin, given the win on our screen, didn't quite look like that. It was 21.33 at the front for Dean Patterson. Our results were just waiting for them to trickle through. It was fairly tight between 2nd, 3rd and 4th.
Back to this women's shot put final. And we're now in the 2nd round. Jade O'Dowda, who opened with 12.74. No throw in the 2nd round for her. The lead still with Amelia Campbell, 16.79 her opener, and then a really good 2nd round effort to back it up, 16.72. So, Amelia Campbell, Sinead Strickler is an 18.18 thrower. She can go a lot better, a metre and more beyond her 16.79 best so far.
Will Grimsey, 2.18, first time failure. That's 2 centimetres more than he won the gold in last year. He's having to work for his medal this time, and just bringing it down with his calves. He got the height, the hip height was there. And look at it, just coming down on the bar. Needs to make a couple of adjustments and will join that 2.18 clearance. This is the result from heat 2. Dean Patterson, 21.33, looked really comfortable. Brooke Cronin, great run from him in lane 2. Conor Neal, a personal best, 21.82, and then Alex Huchin 4th, a bit down on what he ran last week, but 21.88 for him.
So Hughes then, 2.18. Eases over that one, and he gives it a little kiss and it stays up. That is absolutely brilliant. Tommy Hughes cleared 2.12 second time, cleared 2.15 first time, and eases over 2.18 to take the lead from Grimsey. Indeed, extend the lead by a full height from Grimsey, I should say. He already had the lead, having cleared 2.15 first time. Grimsey, remember, went over it 3rd time of asking. But Hughes there, Tommy Hughes with a massive personal best. He'd already done it at 2.15, a lifetime best, and now 2.18. He's in cloud cuckoo land. 7th heaven, dare I say, for the 24-year-old from Chelmsford AC. Brilliant stuff. That is one of the performances of the weekend. A huge improvement. His season's best coming in, Scott, was 2.06, and he's just jumped 2.18.
Well, you can see why he's ecstatic. It was really smooth as well, and it looks like he might have a bit more room to go.
There is the lineup for heat 3 of 4 in the men's 200 metres. And Dorrell, Derbyshire, Kabakbo, Snaith and Taylor are the 5 men out there. There is Harry Taylor, fifth in the Southern Championships last year, the Harrow AC athlete. 21.27 is lifetime best. And that puts him, what, sixth ranked in the UK this year. Good athlete. Ben Snaith goes in lane 5, second here. A couple of years back in the championship, Newman Essex Beagles athletes run 21.01 his lifetime best. Josh Ngakbo, fifth in the Southern 100 last year, the Blackheath and Bromley athlete. He's got lane 4, 21.88 this winter. Sees him down the rankings a little bit, but that's not a bad lane draw. 3 is more challenging for Seamus Derbyshire there. 400 hurdler international, of course, the City of Stoke man. 21.66 is lifetime best this winter. And Luke Durrell completes the lineup there in lane 2. The English champion last year, 5th in UK Outdoor Championships last summer. The 27-year-old from Aldershot, Farnham and District.
On your mark.
Well, that was a second time clearance at 2.18 for Grimsey. We said after that first attempt he got loads of room, and look at that. Acres of space.
So into their blocks then. Last to go down. Seamus Derbyshire in lane 4. Durrell in 2. Derbyshire 3. Gbagbo in 4. Snaith 5.
Set.
Taylor in 6. Away they go. Nobody really showing over the first 70 or 80 metres. Very even indeed. Aggressive running from Luke Durrell on the inside. He has to commit, doesn't he? From lane 2, he has to give everything here. It's very, very tough indeed. But leading at the moment, coming to the straight, Harry Taylor down the home straight from Snaith. And it is close between those two. Snaith closing on him in the last 20 or so, but Harry Taylor takes it there. A winning time, 21.25. Well, Patterson won the previous heat, 21.33. Akinyeva, 21.58. It's the first heat, so that's the fastest time of the day so far. That's a very impressive run indeed from Harry Taylor, 21.24. It is a new lifetime best for Harry Taylor indoors to take heat 3. Ben Snaith, 21.32, was chasing him all the way, and that's a season's best for the Newman Essex Beagles man as well. Luke Durrell, 21.72 in third, and he had to work so hard from lane 1, the English champion last year.
Well, Sophie McKenna, second round effort. And she steps over the barrier. That's a foul. She was 16 metres 43 in the first round. And interesting, I walked into the stadium with Harry Taylor this morning. He said, "Do you know the way in?" And I said, "Yes." And he followed me in. He said, "What events are you looking forward to?" It was a bundle of energy at 9:30 this morning, so no surprise he dropped a personal best in those heats. McKenna, though, going okay in a shot at Grimsey at 2:21.
Yeah, Grimsey reaching his limits. But he's had a good day already. That second time clearance at 2.18. Look how busy he's been. Third time clearances for Grimsey at 2.15. Third time clearance for Grimsey at 2.12. Second time clearance at 2.18. And now one failure at 2.21. Tom Hughes, that massive personal best though, in control at the moment. There's the results or confirmation of that. So heat 3. The men's 200, 21.24, Harry Taylor, Ben Snaith, season's best behind that personal best from the Harrow AC man, which is the quickest time of the day so far. Here is Tommy Hughes. No. Very, very slow, purposeful approach. You have to be very strong to do that because they generate most of their lift normally, majority of high jumpers, from their speed of approach, and then it takes enormous strength to convert that horizontal speed into upward lift. But if you don't generate the speed in your approaching 3 or 4 strides, the last 3 or 4 strides, and then some acceleration, then you're very dependent just upon raw strength to explode off the ground. Tommy Hughes has done it to good effect so far with that first time clearance at 2.18, but he and Will Grimsey both now with one failure each at 2.21.
Well, Nicholson with her third round attempt there. Another foul, unfortunately, for Anna Nicholson.
So Grimsey Next to go, second attempt for the Woodford Green and Essex Ladies performer, proudly jumping in his GB vest. So Will Grimsey then is first in the jumping order, in second place. This, surely a clearance at this height would be the win. No, not to be, not yet anyway. That's a second failure for Grimsey at 2:21. He's had a very busy card. That's his 11th jump. Mind you, the next jump from Tommy Hughes will be his 10th. Now, how close was this? Yeah, just skims it with his backside. He'll be encouraged by seeing that, I'm sure. Although there's not a big screen here in the arena for these guys to see replays, they will be getting feedback from coaches nearby. One heat.
Well, it was a huge throw in the third round. Amelia Campbell, 17 metres 74. That is absolutely ginormous. And well, Campbell not far off her personal best of 18:03.
Here goes Hughes. Ooh, no. So 2 failures each then, and we may have seen the best jumping in the high jump. It would take a meteoric effort from either Tom Hughes or Will Grimsey to go clear. Grimsey has been there before. He is a 2:20 jumper this winter, and 2:24 his lifetime best. The bar, remember, they're attempting at the moment 2:21.
Heat 4 then of the men's 200 metres, the fourth and final heat. Sagesi Ngui of Trafford AC goes in lane 6. He's ran 21.09 this year, was 5th at the UK Champs in 2020. Krishawn Aiken, Scottish athlete, often see him over the 400 as well. Dominic Lamb from City of Sheffield, he is in lane 4. Northern Indoor Champion. Jason Kalala, well, keep an eye out for him, only 20 years of age. Kalala, 3rd at the Southern Indoors this year. And Isaac Marsh of Bristol and West going on the tight inside of lane 2.
On your mark.
Marsh, 2nd at the Welsh Indoors 12 months ago. So 2 non-automatic qualifying spots up for grabs. Got to go better than 21.72 here. It's Marsh, Kalala, Lamb, Aiken and Ngui.
Set.
Clean start, aggressive start from Ngui on the outside. Krishawn Aiken, powerful figure from lane 5, always gets out strongly. And keep an eye out for Kalala too, starting to close the gap in the black of Newman Essex Beagles in lane 3 on the outside. Ngui then just with a lead from Aiken, and he's working hard in 2, and it looks as if these 2 will pull away to get the automatic qualifying spots. 21.54 at the front then for Sagesi Ngui. And we will see those 2 athletes later on. It was a brave run, hard run from Jason Kalala in 3. In the end, just didn't have enough steam to help pull him through in the final straight. But Krishawn Aiken, 2nd. 21.54, the winning time in that heat. Krishawn Aiken, 21.69.
Will Grimsey then, 3rd and final attempt at 2:21 to come. He's had a really busy session, but it's gone tremendously well too. He's lying in 2nd place though to Tommy Hughes, who leads on countback. Hughes clearing 2:15 and 2:18 first time. Grimsey here took 3 attempts at 2:15, 2 at 2:18, and if he clears this, it'll be his 3rd attempt at 2:21. But it's going to be tough. It'll take a season's best for the defending champion. Oh no, it was very close indeed, and he knows it. But he acknowledges the support from this fabulous crowd. The arena about 90% full at the moment. It's A really fabulous contest that we've been privileged to watch. Tommy Hughes, with that failure, ironically, of course, is confirmed as champion. Now, the bar at 2:21. Hughes has one attempt left. He would love to win by a clear height rather than on countback. He's already wrestled the title out of the hands of Will Grimsey. So Hughes, then, the Chelmsford AC athlete, top jump in the world this year, but by the way, is by the Russian Daniil Lysenko. Here he goes. Oh, gosh, he had that. Do you know he had that? I thought he was over. He took off a long way from the bar. If anything, maybe a bit too far from the bar. It was a brilliant effort. He seemed to hang there for such a long time, but he just clipped it off. I think on the way down, we'll have another look. Here it is now. Yeah, everything just gives it a little nudge with his backside, and it comes down. But I think he was on the way down from his arc, the high point of his arc, by the time he was crossing the line of the bar. The height is definitely there for Tommy Hughes. He came here with a season's best of 2:06, and he walks away as UK champion with a first-time clearance at 2:18 for the title.
Well, so much field action. We've got the women's high jump starting in around about an hour and a half's time, so don't go anywhere. That's the result of heat 4 of the men's 200 metres. Sagesi Ngui and Kushawn Aiken heading through. And we have all of our qualifiers. We know that the two non-automatic qualifiers, Luke Durrell and Connor Neal, coming through, and Harry Taylor 21:24 from lane 6 in heat 3, the fastest through in that great personal best. Connor Neal, a personal best for him as well to qualify, and Nick Price down there as well, local lad from Sutton Coldfield. Get to see him in the semi-final as well, medalist in this event in the past two.
Well, it is time for the walk, Scott, the women's and men's 3,000 metres walk, 15 laps of the track, and they will walk together, with the women starting on the outside, the men on the inside. Just 4 men in the contest, so one of them will fail to get a medal, and then the women's walk, well, there are 7 athletes taking part.
Yep, we'll be keeping up to date with the women's shot put as well, which is moving through the end of the 3rd round, about to jump into the 4th. And Katharina Johnson-Thompson going well in that at the moment. This is the lineup then for the women's 3,000 metre walk. Range of personal best there, not every athlete competing indoors over this distance before. And she will contest the men. We've got a total of 11 athletes in the lineup.
And as you can see, Thomas Bosworth holds the championship record, 10:58. The national record of 10:30 set in Glasgow. Well, 6 years ago now, Helen Wilkinson has the stadium record, which looks vulnerable at just outside 11 minutes. And the two essential rules of race walking, for those of you unaware, are that they must never lose contact with the ground in theory. And the supporting leg, as one leg swings through the moving leg, the supporting leg must have a locked knee. You can't bend both legs and sort of zoom around the track looking like Groucho Marx without the cigar. You have to straighten the supporting leg as we see this women's field.
Well, Pagan Spooner there from Hyde Park Harriers. And we've got Jessica Wilton as well from Ashford, down in Kent. Leicester's Walking Clubs, Jasmine Nichols, 28 years of age. Good smile from her. And leader, Gracie Griffiths, that's why she's got the red bib, so keep an eye out for her. Well, from Aldershot, that distinctive vest, known for its great distance running athletes. Chris Snook, one of their walking talents as well. And Cam Corbishley of Medway and Maidstone, 26 years of age now. He goes in lane 3. Tom Partington from Manx Harriers on the Isle of Man. And he is alongside Luc Legon of Bexley. Well, in the men's it's Corbishley against Snook, you'd expect, and then in the women's perhaps Griffiths against Jennings. Well, 15 laps of the track, and Cam Corbishley, 26 years of age, his indoor 5,000 metre personal best is 19 minutes and 49. Experienced athlete across the range of distances, and already Chris Snook just gliding his way to the front. Well, we have a lot of eagle-eyed officials giving out warnings and looking for disqualifications and those sorts of things as well.
Oh yeah, and of course the athletes can only be given warning cards, then eventually disqualified, if the officials deems them as having lost contact with the ground from their eyes looking directly at the athletes. And photographic evidence, slow motion pictures like that are no use in terms of judgment. But Snook, the defending champion, leading at the moment and clocking out a pretty quick tempo as this women's shot continues. And the leader is Amelia Campbell with that massive third round 17.74. She leads at the moment by over a metre from Serena Vincent.
Well, Snook just leading this one out in the opening 400 metres, and Chris Snook, UK outdoor champion last year, second here 12 months ago. Chris Snook, and these two, well, battle-hardened. Last year the medalists for the men's, Callum Wilkinson with the gold. Well, he got that stadium record, obviously not here today, and Chris Snook getting that silver some 57 seconds back. Luc Legon was third 12 months ago, so a chance really for Cam Corbishley to get amongst the medals. Wasn't here last year.
And, I mentioned Tom Bosworth, by the way, holding the national record at 10:30. That happens to be the world best for this event, the fastest time ever walked for 3,000 metres. That was in Glasgow back in February 2018. 10:30.28. It's effectively the world record, but because this is not a distance recognised for world record purposes by World Athletics, it's called world best. But 10:30 for 3,000 metres, that's not far short of 2 miles. It is flying, and they are working really hard here, and Snook is getting the reward for his hard work, the Aldershot Farnham district man, Scott, because he's gradually wrenching a gap between himself and Cameron Corbishley in second place. Corbishley working very hard, but the pressure is on, and I love race walkers for the fact that they do walk so hard. Somebody moves to the front. If ever the pace, you look at the big international race walk competitions, if somebody at the front eases back for even a couple of seconds, somebody will come up to their shoulder and reapply the pressure and keep it honest at the front. They really do walk aggressively. It's lovely to see. Back in this
Hannah Nicholson in the shots, one of our power athletes from Gateshead. Never missed that Gateshead vest. And she's had 3 fouls in the last
which is
3 rounds.
Elbow there. She's obviously saw that. Snook already lapping some of the female competitors here, flying around and throwing at the moment is Fortune in that women's shot competition. Sabrina Fortune of D-Side Runners, lying in 7th place at the moment. She opened with 13.58, then a 12.96, and in the 3rd round, Fortune going out to 13.57, and her 4th round effort, 13 meters 66. So a really good, consistent series from Sabrina Fortune.
Well, look at Snook go here. He's just starting to open up a 10-meter lead that has stretched out over the last 200 meters or so, and he's going nicely. Cameron Corbishley, a couple of years his senior, but
Katarina Johnson-Thompson in the fourth round of the shot. She opened with 12.23, then 13.29, Johnson-Thompson. And that 13.29, by the way, is a personal best. Brilliant from her in round 2. No throw in round 3. And then in round 4, 12.57. But she may feel as though, well, her job is done. Her job is done. 13.29 from the world champion in the heptathlon. That, for the 31-year-old, is a big improvement. 13.29, previously 13.15 was her personal best. That's quite a jump forwards. And good points in heptathlon terms.
Amy Kennedy in the shot this fourth round. Kennedy currently sitting in 8th, 13 meters and 39, and she won't be too far off that with that fourth round effort. And that is a big throw from Amy Kennedy. 14 meters 36, huge improvement from her. Wow, look at that, climbs up the leaderboard just slightly, but a big improvement.
Well, 12 athletes are getting 6 throws here. Only Cleo Ajapong, the Blackheath, and Bromley Harrier, who had 3 no throws in their first 3 efforts, is not taking any further part in the competition. So 12 athletes with 6 rounds. It's going to take quite a while, although they are racking through these throws very quickly indeed. And just looking here at Tuja, Teddy Tuja from Shettleston Harriers, 13.64, solid opener. She's backed that up with a 13.92 in round 3, and then 13.74 in round 4. She's lying in 7th place. And that's a season's best, actually. She's smashed her season's best so far with each of her 3 valid throws, and is homing in on a lifetime best of 14.27.
Well, Jess Hopkins of Chelmsford currently in 5th, 14 meters 40 in that second round. Steps out the circle. Wasn't happy with that. That was way down on what she's done already. And just let that shot get away from her. She knew that was no good. She's trying to close down on the top 3. McKenna is the athlete currently in 3rd at 16 meters and 43.
Still a massive lead for Amelia Campbell, though. 17.74. She leads by over a metre. Indeed, all 3 of her valid efforts would have been good enough for the lead. As Thompson takes her 4th round throw. Shauna Thompson in 4th place. 14.87, her best. That was in round 1, but she's a long way behind Sophie McKenna's opener, and that was McKenna 16.43 to put her in 3rd place. So she's got to find 1.5 meters and more with Shauna Thompson. 14.61. Good consistent series from her, but quite a long way shy of McKenna in the bronze medal position at the moment.
Well, Chris Snook here at the front through 2,000 meters in 7 minutes 46, so he's looking for just under around 13 minutes pace in this men's 3,000 meter walk. And Snook with a compelling lead now, around 30 meters ahead of Cameron Corbishley. In the shot, Sophie McKenna here. Steps out the circle, red flag.
Yeah, McKenna really consistent. Her 2 throws so far, Scott. 16.43 her opener, then a no throw, and then 16.42. Less than half an inch between her 2 valid efforts. Another no throw in round 4 there. She's a real character is Sophie McKenna, exchanging views with someone up in the stands, no doubt her coach. Serena Vincent will be next to go. The City of Portsmouth athlete in 2nd place with 16.62. But Vincent Well, she's a 17.22 throw at her absolute best. She can go a lot further. Really explodes with that one. And that looks pretty useful. That looks out there way beyond 16 meters, maybe 16 and a half, something like that. Looking to improve on her 16.62 is Vincent, and she has thrown 17.22, 16.69, so she finds a little bit more, another 7 centimeters. Every little bit helps to close the gap on Campbell, although frankly that gap is still over a meter, but more importantly to ease away from McKenna in third, who's 16.43, now leads her, what, 26 centimeters shy of Vincent's 16.69.
Well, here we go. Amelia Campbell leading the competition. That big effort from her in the third round, but just steps over, was below 16 meters, knew it wasn't very good. Just posing towards the stand and her coach. I think she knew what didn't quite work then. So that's the benefit you have of being in the lead. You can maybe just try a few technical tweaks, and if it doesn't pull off, you've still got for her, 1 meter and 5 centimeter lead, which is absolutely huge. And we are into the final stages of the walk, and I think that Chris Snook is off the track, and I think it looks like he's been disqualified. There's so much happening here, it's so challenging to keep an eye on things, but it is now. Well, no, Snook is still there. So
Anna Nicholson, we're just seeing that in that shot put. Nicholson, the Gateshead Harrier, opened with 8.95 and then no throws in rounds 2, 3 and 4, and improves to 9.10 there, does Nicholson.
Well, .200 to go for Chris Snook then. And he leads from Tom Partington in second. He's still got a couple of laps to go, but just look at Chris Snook of Aldershot and Farnham power his way home into the final 100 meters here. So composed and looking really controlled. Clean so far. It's difficult, I guess, for these athletes to try and not just surge forward and pick things up in the straight, but you need to keep that technique controlled. And Chris Snook, Aldershot Farnham District, crossing the line 11 minutes 45, and great speed for him, because that is inside his personal best. And nicely done from Chris Snook.
Well, it's the 5th fastest time in the world this year for 3,000 metres from Snook, Scott. So it's when you think it was absolutely a solo effort, as other competitors go through with a lap to walk, that is superb stuff from him. He gets in amongst a quartet of Germans who walk very fast times in Erfurt on home soil just at the beginning of the month. Linker's 10.44 is the fastest time in the world this year. That winning time 11.45, just over a minute outside Christopher Linker's world-leading performance.
Well, there he is, Chris Snook. Will get his medal very shortly. Taking on some water to rehydrate. In the women's, well, the athletes going in there, Jasmine Nichols unfortunately disqualified, so they still have a bit of time to go. And here's Tom Partington, was 4th last year. Legon with a surge, a bronze for Legon last year, a bronze again in 2024. Not quite as quick as Legon walked last year, but a bit of an improvement for Partington. Just outside what he walked last year, Tom Partington, and at the front for the women's walk. They are coming for their final 150 metres or so here. It's a real scrap. Gracie Griffiths and Abigail Jennings, who leads the Aldershot athlete. There's Pagan Spooner, and starting to just ease away in the final stretch here. It's a great walk, a lot of applause from the crowd as well, appreciating the efforts of the walkers here in Birmingham. And Jennings takes the gold. Back-to-back golds for Abigail Jennings. Quicker than she walked last year as well. That is a new personal best for Abigail Jennings. And nicely done. Well, Spooner, I think, just coming through for third there. We'll wait for the confirmed results. And still going round, Jessica Wilton. Well, Wilton still finding her way around the course.
So, back to this shot put competition. Shauna Thompson, fourth place. The Sale Harris Manchester athlete, 14.87. Her best came in the very first round. And that leaves her a long way still shy of McKenna's 16.43. She's improved to 14.61 from her second, third and fourth round throws. It's been a pretty consistent series. 14.40 in round 5. Just can't better the 15-metre barrier today. Shauna Thompson. But lifetime best is a 15.42 from earlier on this winter. Thompson, she is 6th ranked in the UK. She's lying 4th at the moment, as we see the walkers congratulating each other for a flat-out effort there over 15 laps of the track.
Wow. McKenna in the 5th round. She gets a white flag this time. Will it still be as consistent? So, McKenna, big roar, trying to G herself up. This is a season opener. And trying to improve on that best, and she has done so. 16 meters 55. No, she's in the bronze, not quite at the same level she competed 2 years ago.
Serena Vincent in the circle at the moment as McKenna tries to figure out a way of breaking this series of 16.5-meter throws. Vincent now 16.69 in round 4 was an improvement. She's had a fabulously consistent series, and that might be better. That again looks around the 16.5-meter territory. Could be a slight improvement for the City of Portsmouth athlete. So Serena Vincent, 16.59. It is almost metronomic throwing. Her last 3 efforts, listen to this: 16.62, 16.69, 16.59. Talk about in the groove. Problem is, she's still over a metre behind Amelia Campbell, who steps into the circle now. Here comes Campbell. Round 5. No. Don't think any improvement there. She's thrown 17.74 in round 3. She had a no throw in round 4. Her series is still fabulous. First 3 rounds, each of them would be good enough for the lead. 16.59 there for Vincent in round 5. For Campbell in the final round, 17.07. She's still the only athlete to have gone over 17 metres. That's her second effort over 17 metres, second best of her series.
Well, the medal presentation for the men's 3,000-metre walk. And Chris Snook with the gold, Tom Partington with the silver, Luke Legon with the bronze. And Legon getting the same medal he had 12 months ago. Partington jumping in to that silver position, and Chris Snook. Great run from him, a great walk rather.
Yeah, retaining his title there from last year, Chris Snook. 11.57 was his PB. And Snook there with that win. 11:45, so new personal best for him. And Tom Partington 13:04. He has walked much quicker than that, Tom Partington, but nonetheless a silver him, and bronze for Luc Legon of Bexley AC.
Well, more track action to come in around about 10 minutes. We start with the semi-finals of the women's 200 metres. 3 semi-finals in that tough qualification, but this result from the women's 3,000 metre walks. Abigail Jennings 14:09, 3 seconds behind in silver. Gracie Griffiths, great performance from them. Getting that medal now. And Abby Hughes of Taunton, 18 years of age, personal best for her. Well, I think these are the walkers. We're getting the medals dished out now, and Abby Hughes of Taunton, good personal best for her. Almost taken 45 seconds off her personal best, and Abby Hughes, good cheers for her. Gracie Griffiths of Pembrokeshire, 14 minutes 12 seconds, too many numbers in my brain today. Personal best as well. The top 4 in the women's 3,000 metre walk getting bests. Griffiths going incredibly well, and Abby Jennings, well, she's the champion for 2024, 23 years of age now. I'm sure we'll see her competing at these champs for plenty more years to come.
So back to this shot put final. We're getting to the business end of this one now. Round 6, and Shuda, who goes in 7th place at the moment, 13.92 in round 3 from her. Needs to find quite a lot actually to move up to 6th. Amy Kennedy from Cumbernauld AC is 14.36, 13.09, so no improvement for Shuda. She ends up in 7th place. Kennedy throws next. Kennedy, in fact, has just thrown. She's thrown 13.26, so her 4th round effort, 14.36, remains her best. Jess Hopkins in the circle now in 5th place, the Chelmsford athlete. 14.40 is her best. That came in round 2. She needs to find 14.87 to catch Shauna Thompson in 4th place. Not sure she's done enough for that. Hopkins, 14.40 from Hopkins. And just looking at her lifetime best is 14.73. So no, 14.34. Well, it's a really good final round effort. It's her 2nd best of her series, but she stays in 5th place with that 14.40 round 2 effort.
Well, we are about to be introduced to some of the men's long jumpers, and it's a really wide open competition. But before that, in the shot put, Shauna Thompson, tall figure, and that looks pretty good from Shauna Thompson. Her best of 14.87. Wonder if that's any improvement. And Shauna Thompson 14.43, so no improvement for her. She stays in 4th.
It does confirm then the medalists for us. McKenna in 3rd at the moment, Vincent in 2nd, Campbell in 3rd, but it could all change. Unlikely, but it could, as we're introduced to this men's long jump field.
Well, we've got Sam Kigali in this one, Sam Danson, James Lelliot, Abraham Sharif, just waving to the crowd now. And then one of our T38 athletes here, Kareem Chan.
Well, that was Sophie McInnes' final effort. She's in third place, 16.55 in round 5 from her. I don't think any improvement with that one. 3 valid throws in rounds 1, 3 and 5, alternating through rounds, very consistent. And her 6th round effort, 2, very consistent, 16.51, no improvement, only 4 centimetres shy of her best in round 5. But look at the valid throws, 16.43, 16.42, 16.55, 16.51. That shows an athlete whose technique really is dialed in, I should say. But she finishes in third place with that 16.55 in round 5.
Well, our long jumpers ready and raring to go, and the first of them to come very shortly, but it is in the final round of the shot put. Serena Vincent, that looks to be over 16 metres. Again, another athlete with a pretty consistent series, only 10 centimetres separating her 3 best efforts. And Serena Vincent in good form. Well, no improvement, 16.54 in that 6th round for Serena Vincent. She bags the silver. It's Amelia Campbell trying to get the crowd fired up, trying to build those emotions. And her best so far, 17 metres and 74 centimetres. Well, that was pretty big. Not quite close enough to the 18-metre line. She's sandwiched between that 16 and 18-metre line, and Campbell will take the gold medal. 17.09 for Campbell in that 6th round, but she wins the title, up from the silver she got 12 months ago. Good improvement from her.
Well, over to this long jump final. There are 8 men out there. Samuel Danson about to take his opening effort. Sam Kigali opened proceedings just now with a 7.26 opening effort. Now that's pretty solid. His season's best 7.52, and that looks all right too from Sam Danson. Gets a green light. Danson is only a 7.10 jumper. Can he get out beyond that early on to get the adrenaline flowing and get the big jumps coming? 8 metres, of course, the benchmark really where world-class starts. The majority of this field just a little below that standard. Danson's mark taking a little while to come through, but it's 7.03, and that's not bad at all. It's only 7 centimetres below his lifetime best from earlier on this season, the 19-year-old from Trafford AC.
Well, the 200-metre semi-finals are on their way, and we start things off with the women. Reigning champion Success Edouan goes in the 3rd semi-final.
Yeah, 3 semi-finals, and the athletes out on the track and ready to go. The qualifying is just a winner in each heat, and 2 fastest to the final. That 200 metres final for women is at 3 o'clock. It's 1:30, so they've got an hour and a half. The lucky athletes to qualify for the final. There's Lauren Blakey, the Derby AC athlete, 24.33, her lifetime best this winter for the 22-year-old. Brooke Arnside goes in 5, the Bournemouth AC athlete, 23.58. There's Sophie Walton in lane 4, the Horwich Harrier athlete's only 19, 24.32 this season, but she has gone a lot faster. She's a 23.5 athlete at her best. Abby Gilpin is a no-show in lane 3, and then Niamh McGee is in lane 2 for Liverpool Harriers, that familiar yellow vest. I'm sure she'd appreciate being moved out of lane. It seems a bit silly having an empty lane outside her. But rules is rules. Into their blocks then for this first semi-final of the women's 200 metres. They have an hour and a half until the final. Just the winner guaranteed a place in the final, and then the two fastest non-automatic qualifiers. Well, really quick running from Brooke Ironside in lane 5, which is already only about a metre shy of Blakey, and they haven't covered more than about 70 or 80 metres. They go round into the second bend. Blakey working hard, but Ironside leading, Brooke Ironside leading. Really good running from Sophie Walton too in lane 4. They come down the home straight, and she eases wages Brooke Ironside to a big win there by about 3 or 4 metres. 23.69 for Brooke Ironside. That's only about a tenth of a second outside her lifetime best. Brilliant stuff from the Bournemouth AC athlete. Books her place in the final, and now she can start focusing upon that. Job done. Sam Reardon has joined us again, the 400 and 800 metre star of British middle distance running and sprinting, dare I say, which is you don't hear very often. Sam, welcome back to the commentary box with us. I know you enjoyed the 400s, the 800s, everything yesterday, and what were your thoughts overnight?
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to the 400 finals, both the men and the women's, and then I think the 1500 metre men's is going to be a good one, and then as well as the 800 metres for the women. I think it's started to be a really good final with the likes of Gemma Reekie, Ellie Baker, Erin Wallace, and Izzy Buffy in that. So really looking forward to the finals today. It's going to be a good day to watch athletics.
It's going to be a good day. Yeah, the confirmation of that win in the women's shot put.
Yeah, a great win for Amelia Campbell, and Serena Vincent with a silver as well. She performed incredibly high quality today, and Sophie McKenna with that 16.55 to take the bronze.
So this long jump, still in the first round, of course, and Chan with his opening effort. Karim Chan, best so far 7.29 by Alessandra Scanini. 7.29 in round 1 for him, the Gifford North AC athlete. Only 3 centimetres ahead of Sam Kugali, 7.26, his opener. And Chan here, well, he is a 6.48 athlete at his best. He opens with 6.41. That's a really solid opener. Indeed, it's a big season's best. He hadn't betted 6.34 before this meeting today. So, brilliant way to open his account. James Elliott, by the way, fouled out with his first effort, the Harrow AC athlete. There it is, Brooke Ironside winning in 23.68, but a season's best for Sophie Walton. The Horwich Harrier gets that as some consolation. 24.25 in second place, and she may go through with that as one of the non-automatic qualifiers. Remember, the winner of each of the 3 semis goes through 2 non-automatic qualifying spots. They are precious.
Well, this is Alex Farquharson on the runway. The Birchfield man opening his campaign with that jump, only from down the road in Coventry. And Farquharson, a former UK champion back in 2021, was second at the UK indoors in 2020. And Farquharson, 7.26, jumps into second. He's an 8-metre plus man at his best. Got that knee with the big strapping on. Bit of a smile. It'll be interesting to see how he goes in the rest of this competition. Well, second heat of the women's 200, second semi-final coming up for you. And there's your athletes. Well, what a run the lady in lane 4 had from lane 2 in the heat. Rachel Bennett was flying in that one. Hannah Longdon and Hannah Pippi have already seen each other today. And Sam, any potential favourites for this women's 200?
Oh, I'm looking at Emma Pippi right now as strictly a 400 metre runner normally. I think she might be doing this just to improve that 200 metre speed, maybe looking to see the 400 at the World Indoor Champs as part of the relay team, so my eyes are on her right now.
Well, lurking at the top of the runway is Sam Kigali. 26 years of age. Got a best indoors of 7 meters 52. Anything in and around that should put him near the top of the pile today. Good sprinter as well. Well, maybe a sense of frustration. That looks around 7.5 meters. He gets the green flag as well, Sam Kigali. Well, just see all that power. Looks so relaxed in the air. Very comfortable. And Kigali maybe just thinking about how big that jump could have been with a few technical modifications. To wait a long time for that jump to come up on the scoreboard. Still going to have at least 4 more efforts to come for Sam Kigali. Well, it is a long pause for him, isn't it? He currently sits equal second, but it's 7:18 for Sam Kigali. Semi-final 2 then, Hannah Longdon on the outside of Cardiff. Great run for her in the heats earlier. Looks incredibly focused. Longdon, Bucks indoor champion last year. Amma Pippi, Olympic 400 metres semi-finalist a few years ago. Inside her, Rachel Bennett, that personal best from lane 2. She has lane 4 here, and if she can run anything like that, she'll go well. Ayula Babalola in lane 3, and on the inside of her, just from down the road in Solihull, young 20-year-old Madeline Wapples, 24:44 personal best.
On your marks.
So then, Amma Pippi, raced over 60 metres earlier this week, goes in lane 5 here. Hannah Longdon on the outside, Bennett in 4, Babalola in 3, and Wapples in 2. Second women's 200 metre semi-final.
Set.
Away they go, really powerful start from Longdon on the outside. Pippi has a bit of work to do here, and going nicely from lane 4, Rachel Bennett and Babalola trying to claw back the ground as well. And now Pippi, who just started to fly down that back straight, closing the gap and storming past Longdon, who's in lane 6, and these two leading it. It's only the first through to the final, and it is Pippi that just gets there. Great finish from Rachel Bennett again, and I think Longdon just being pushed back into third. Well, we'll have to keep an eye on the result. 23:46 for Amma Pippi. Season best for her. And she looked incredibly relaxed, didn't she, Sam?
Yeah, I think she did her job perfectly there. She's not probably the fastest starter coming from the 400 background compared to these 200 metre girls, but that 400 metre strength came through well at the end there, coming into the final straight and got the win. So I think she'll be very happy with that.
You always expect Pippi to come strong, don't you, off the final bend there with that 400 metre run and straight. She was quickest in the heats this morning. That's the quickest so far from the 2 semis we've seen. One to come. Alessandro Schianini then opened his account in this long jump with 7:29. He has the lead. Second round now. That looked nice from Schianini, but did he get the green light? Yes, he did. There's a lead, very modest. Sam Kigali, 7:26, is 3 centimetres behind. His second round effort was 7:18. Farquharson also opened with 7:26, same as Kigali, so it's really tight at the top. And, looking for an improvement for Schianini there. 7:32, just eases slightly further away from the 2 men behind him, both on 7:26, Kigali and Farquharson.
Well, medal presentation then for the women's shot put. Sophie McKenna getting that bronze with a highly consistent series. Serena Vincent bagging a silver. Vincent improving on that bronze medal from 12 months ago. And Amelia Campbell, well, she is the champion. She was a silver medalist last year. 17 metres and 74, a huge throw from her in the middle of the competition.
Back to the long jump, Abraham Sharif. 7:07 was his opener. He's in 6th place, the Sutherland District AC athlete. Improved on that. That's 7:07, by the way. And he's really good on the board, Sharif. Which is equal to his lifetime best, and he's just improved to 7:16. As Sharif, only 17 years old, that's the biggest jump of his career, of his life. Stays in 6th place, needs to find another 5 centimetres, that's all, to catch James Lelliot of Harrow AC, who's in 5th.
Well, this is Kareem Chan, para-athlete in the long jump, 6:41 in the first round. This is second effort. It's, 4th at the World Paras outdoors last year. Gets the green flag. Just how far will that be? Midland Indoor silver medalist this year, Kareem Chan. Well, these long jump results taking a lot longer than the triple jump results to come through, but it's 6:44, 3 centimetre per improvement for Kareem Chan. Still Archie Yeo and Alex Farquharson to go in this second round.
On the track, the third and final semi-final of the women's 200 metres.
Well, there it is. Or semi-final 3 of the women's 200. 5 athletes out there. Let's have a look at them now. Lois Garland goes in lane 6, the Glasgow Jaguars athlete, just 21. UK number 10 coming into these championships. She won her heat in 24:17. A new personal best. She's in good form. That's a great lane draw for her. Success Edouard in lane 5, the defending champion, the 19-year-old Sale Harriers and Manchester athlete, 24:03, her season's best. Some way off her lifetime best of 23:44. She was 5th fastest in the heats. There is Emma Holmes in lane 4 for West Cheshire. Only 17 years old, Holmes. 24:38, her season's best. This year is her lifetime best. Ellie Mae Bandy, 24:40 in her heat. The Hearts Phoenix athlete, very close to her season's best at 24:37. And in lane 2, tough lane draw this race, Serena Grace. Got through as a non-automatic qualifier from the heats, the 21-year-old. 24:67, her season's best. She was the slowest of the qualifiers to get through to these semis. Tough call for Serena Grace in lane 2. Bandy in 3, Holmes 4, Edouard 5, Garland in 6. Who can join the 2 confirmed finalists? Ironside, who won the first semi, and Pippi, the second semi. Well, away they go. Good fast start from Lois Garland. She's already eased away a little bit from Sex Edouard, who was a little slow out of the blocks, but she gets into her running now and moving really nicely, really smoothly into this second bend is Success Edouard. Edouard takes the lead, eases past Garland. Looks like she's going to take this one by some margin. Comes down off the bend and pours it on down the home straight and crosses the line very comfortably there to the good. Probably about 3 metres to the good. A winning time 23:61 for Success Edouard. That's a massive season's best and not far shy of her lifetime best. And I'll tell you what, I thought she really was a little bit slow out of the blocks. There's more to come from the 19-year-old. We know she's a massive talent. That was a very convincing victory at all. Convincing victory indeed, I should say. And she can now focus upon the final. She should get one of the 3 outside lanes as the semi-final winner. And Sam, I sort of got the feeling that the gloves came off a little bit more for Edouane there.
Yeah, I feel like she's building with confidence as the rounds goes on. Looking forward to seeing her in the final. That was a really good run. Like I said, I think it wasn't the best of starts, but that acceleration in the back straight to close that gap on the outside lane was really impressive, and I'm really excited to see how she goes in the final.
We just had Sam Kigali in his third round long jump attempt there. And he sits in third. Alex Farquharson was 7 meters 29 in the second round to jump up into second. And well, that's almost perfection on the board, really, isn't it? Really great judgment. Nothing really to choose between the top 5 athletes, only 11 centimeters. This competition is really even, but it could go down to the wire. Great opportunity here for somebody to become the UK champion. Kigali looks towards the scoreboard to see what he's jumped. 7:41 for Kigali, takes the lead, and he's just starting to get warmed up.
Well, there it is, Edouane confirmed as the winner, 23.60 in that third semi-final of the women's 200. Lois Garland, personal best, 24.05, and I can tell you that her consolation is that personal best because she just misses out by the tiniest of margins on a non-automatic qualifying spot. The non-automatic qualifiers are Rachel Bennett and Hannah Longdon. 5 go through to the final. Of course, they don't fill lane 1. The bends are so tight that the organisers feel, I think quite rightly probably, that it's a bit of a waste of time. But the quickest of them, Amma Pippi, 23.45 with the season's best from Success Edouane. The next quickest winning that third semi in 23.60. And Rachel Bennett, who got through as a non-automatic qualifier, was the third fastest with a personal best of 23.65. Brooke Ironside and Hannah Longdon, the other finalists.
Well, James Lelliott all the way back at the top of the runway. He's so strong and powerful, incredibly experienced in the long jump. And Lelliott, who sits in 5th at the moment, well, that was not bad at all. Might be a small improvement for James Lelliott. Sam Danson has just jumped into 2nd with a 7 meters 40 in the long jump. It's close. And Lelliott, wow, that was agonisingly close. Look at the board. I mean, he gets a red flag. Nothing in it, really. So that's unfortunately a foul for James Lelliott. We'll have to wait and see what the other jumpers do the rest of round 3.
Next event on the track, by the way, the men's semi-finals at 200. That's off too often about 3 or 4 minutes time. Just a couple of semis for the men as opposed to 3 for the women.
Well, Alessandro Scianini is lining up a big one, and the crowd are clapping along. He's a Scottish champion, cleared 8 meters outdoors last year, and big build-up, and then a run-through for Scianini.
Yeah, that's a shame. A lot of aggression there. His first 2 rounds really consistent, 7.29, 7.32. He's pushing hard because second place is only 7.40 in the lead, only 7.41. Not much at all between the first 3 at the moment in that men's long jump.
Well, this is the first of the 2 semi-finals in the men's 200 meters, and Dean Patterson, the fastest in the lineup. England under-20 champion last weekend, has run 21.07. The man on his inside, though, will fancy his chances for the gold. Sagesi Ngui of Trafford, building nicely this season, 21.09 now. Brooke Cronin had a tight lane draw, opened his season here. The Walton AC man, 6th at the European Juniors last year. Krishawn Aiken, Scottish athlete, gifted over everything from the 60 to the 400, goes in lane 3. Connor Neal of Harrow on the inside, 21 years of age. the England under-23 400-metre champion 2 years ago.
On your marks.
Well, the first semi-final of the men's 200 metres. Patterson and Gui, Cronin, Aiken and Neal.
Set.
Good start. Patterson looks so comfortable to run 21.3 in the heats, and he's going after it here down the back straight. And Gui going too, and Cronin is being chased hard by Krishawn Aiken, that may feature in the latter stages here, but it is Patterson that leads by a huge margin here. He's going to clearly win this one. What a run. 21.11. Well, he is building nicely. With 50 metres to go, he managed to look over his shoulder, and Dean Patterson, the man to beat, winning that semi-final, will bag him a great lane draw, and he'll be joined by Sagesi and Gui, who is second in that semi-final, and Patterson walking off the track, his spikes matching his vest, and he is ready for business this weekend. Impressive, Sam.
Yeah, that was a really impressive run. I don't think he felt challenged at all there in that race, so he'll be going into the final with a lot of confidence, thinking he can take that title.
Alex Farquharson on the runway, competing for Birchfield here, home track. Had such a great outdoor season, Alex Farquharson in 2021. England champion, British champion, and competed for Great Britain at the World Juniors way back in 2016 now. He sits in fourth, his best, the second round effort of 7.29. This is his third attempt of the day. The lead held by Sam Kigali, 7 metres 41. Farquharson, aggressive down the runway. Ooh, just adjusted before he got to the board and didn't quite feel it. He's chasing a podium spot here. Nothing really to choose between the top three, as Tim said, only 9 centimetres. Face of a man that knew it could have been better. Still measures 6 metres and 5, Alex Farquharson. He was clear behind the board.
So, Yeo next to go. Archie Yeo, over 6.74 then, and no jump in the second round. This is round 3 efforts, close round 3. Now gets the red flag, that's frustrating. It's just not happening for him. He is a 7-metre jumper. It's his first contest of the season. Be frustrated, and that's quite a big no jump too. He's well beyond the front edge of the board. Good speed, he really committed there, having put a mark up on the board. He's lying in 7th place. Karim Chan in 8th with 6.44. But up at the top end, it's really tight. Kigali and Danson 1 centimetre in it at the halfway stage.
Third round of the long jump is wrapped up. It's Kigali leading from Danson and Shanini. That's the result of the first semi-final of the men's 200 metres. Dean Patterson, a really comfortable 21.1, and Sagesi and Gui 21.28. Brooke Cronin will have to wait and see whether he can get the sole fastest non-automatic qualifier spot. And Sam, it's a tough qualification for this 200 final, right?
Yeah, only having 2 semi-finals means it's quite a stacked semi-final, so tough qualification. If you're not on those 2 outside lanes, you're at a disadvantage already, so running well in the heats was so important, but let's see how these guys get on.
It's really tough. You have to commit so much to the first bend, and it's a bit awkward starting in lane 5 and 6, isn't it? You're so high up on the bank leaning down. It's a different sort of block exit than you would perhaps just normally do on a standard track, which is so flat, and that's something to get used to as well, isn't it?
Yeah, training-wise, you definitely want to get to an indoor track and practice that, because it is so different to running outdoors. The blocks are important in 200 metres, so these guys will be well experienced, so I'm sure they have no problems.
Well, in the long jump, they're just trying to clarify the order for the second half of the competition, the 4th, 5th and 6th efforts. And you can see a really packed stadium here. Sold out yesterday, sold out today as well. And as an athlete competing, Sam, just how much does that improve your performance, or help just cheer you on, because you've got so much more energy in the arena?
Yeah, it's really good. Once the arena's bouncing and lively like this, I've never seen it this packed up before when I've competed here, so it's really good to see this year a sold-out arena. It really does motivate you as an athlete to try and bring your best performance.
Well, it helps, of course, that the weather's been so frosty. When we left the arena last night, pouring with rain here in Birmingham, people coming in to get out of the rain and hurry in when they've got their prepaid tickets. There's the scene here at the Utilita Arena, the athletes out on the track and just about ready for the second and last semi-final of the men's 200 metres. The qualifying is the first two, with one non-automatic qualifier. Patterson winning the first heat in 21.11. First semi, I should say.
That's Yeo, triple jump champion from yesterday. Great performance from him. Maybe just feeling slightly heavy legs, because he's well down on his best, 6.74, his only valid effort from the first 3 rounds. Always likes competing over both jumps as well. And Yeo flew down the runway. Well, that looked pretty good. I think that will most likely be an improvement on his best of 6.74. Good on the board too. So Archie Yeo from Kingston upon Hull, 6.98, an improvement, but doesn't change his position.
Well, here we go then. It's the second semi-final on the men's 200 metres. Durrell, Snaith, Price, Akinyebo and Taylor. I can tell you Richard Akinyebo, while he was he's the defending champion. He was the fastest in the second fastest in the first round. Harry Taylor on the outside here, he was the fastest in the heats. The UK number 6 this winter, 21.24, his personal best set in the heats just a couple of hours ago. Richard Akinyebo, the defending champion, he won his heat though in 21.58 this morning, close to his season's best. Nick Price goes in lane 4 for Royal Sutton Coldfield. Second in heat, 21.94. Again, not very far at all off his season's best, of 31-year-old. Ben Smaith, second fastest in the heats with 21.32, a season's best from him. His lifetime best, 21.01, would do very nicely. Remember Patterson winning the first semi-final in 21.11. Dean Patterson from lane 6 with Nguye, the other qualified, 21.28, and Cronin finishing in third, 1/100th of his personal best in 21.58. So Brooke Cronin from Walton AC may well get that non-automatic qualifying spot. The first two, remember, go through by right with just one non-automatic spot. Away they go, really quick start there from Akinyebo. Richard Akinyebo, and he's ready up on Harry Taylor a little bit. Taylor getting into his running now. The others have got some hard running to do here. There is a non-starter, that's Luke Durrell, who was due to be in lane 2, but it's really tight down the home straight between these two. Out in front, Harry Taylor on the outside. Is he going to take it? Well, it's very, very tight indeed, but no, Richard Akinyebo over the last 30 or so, just easing past Taylor. So, makes it through to the final perfectly okay, Akinyebo, as long as there weren't any disqualifications and infringements. But he had somebody to chase there. He started brilliantly and made up a metre or so on Harry Taylor, who then got into his running, led around the final bend. But Akinyebo and Taylor do go through. 21:13, so it sets it up perfectly. The winning time of Akinyebo. Remember, Patterson's winning time in the first semi, 21:11. And Harry Taylor, 21:21 in second place, also goes through. As indeed does Ben Snaith in third place. They're brilliant for the Newham and Essex Beagles athlete. He just gets that one precious non-automatic qualifying spot. 21:51 in third. Remember, Cronin was third in the first semi in 21:58. So by very small margins do people progress through.
Yeah, we're going to be in for a good 200 final. Alex Farquharson trying to get amongst the medals here in round 4. Sits in 4th place at the moment. Nothing really between him and the rest of the field. 7:29 is best from round 2. He really slowed down before the board there. And that looks like an improvement for Alex Farquharson. He gets the green light. He knows as well that he just had to kill the speed. That stamp up the step there, it says a lot to me. But he was clean on the board, and that's very much part of it, because the more valid jumps you get, the better it's going to be. And for Alex Farquharson, that's his 4th valid jump. Still 7 centimetres left on the board, but he sighted it well. Great leg shoot as well, and Alex Farquharson 7:36, so a 7 centimetre improvement. He is 5 centimetres off the gold at the moment, and maybe we'll be in for a bit of a finish like we saw in the women's long jump, Sam.
Yeah, I think, like you said, he just cut his run up on just before coming to the board, and if he keeps that speed, he may go a bit further to clinch that gold medal.
Well, Alessandro Sciannini jumped 8 metres exactly. It's a big target for the jumpers, and he did that at the Scottish Championships last year. Huge personal best for him. It sometimes goes that way. You just managed to catch a big one, and he did. Well, Sciannini then down the runway, rangy figure, and managed to pull the legs out in front of him. Not sure that that's going to be any real improvement for him. Well, plenty of room on the board. Gets a lot of range off the board. 7:14 for Sciannini. No improvement. He sits in 4th, 4 centimetres off Farquharson with 7:32.
Next track meant, by the way, is at 9 minutes past 2, so you've got about 5 minutes till that. That is the men's 3,000 metres final, and after that on the track it'll be the women's 3,000 metres final, and then it's finals all the way. 400s for men and women, 200s for women and men, 1,500s and 800s comes crashing through very fast after that. There's the results of that second semi-final. Richard Akinyebo 21:13, almost identical to the winning time of the first semi-final by Patterson, 21:11. Harry Taylor goes through by right, and I can tell you that third place time of Ben Snaith, 21:51, does ease him through to that 200 metres final. The men's 200 metres final at 3:10, so they've got just over an hour. There it is, Patterson, Akinyebo, Taylor and Gray. Ben Snaith, the best of the rest, 21:51, third in that second semi. Well, there are a few free seats here in the Utilita Arena, but it is packed out and the crowd loving it. This long jump final is still incredibly tight at the top end. We go into the final 2 rounds. Kigali then, 7:41 in round 3, the best of the pack, but boy is it a pack, tightly packed. 7:40 is Danson in round 3 in second place, 7:36 Farquharson in round 4 in third place. That one from Kigali, well, effectively a no jump. It was a 6.5 metre effort. No effect on this situation.
Well, look up to the stands for Kigali. And you might just see in the background there a few of the 3,000 metre athletes getting a stride on the track. This is Kareem Chan. His best from the second round, 6 metres 44. Great to have the involvement of some of our para-athletes here at the UK Athletics Indoors. And Chan, he has around half a metre between him and Archie Yeo.
Chan then. Pretty consistent his first 3 valid efforts. No jump in round 4. This opens round 5. Good speed. Does get the green flag. It was tight. Looked really tight to me. Let's have a look at it again. No, he's good on the board. Take it back. I think there was a little cutting of stride though, which brings the centre of gravity forward, and it's not ideal. Chan. 6:44 in round 2 remains his best, and that was a season's best, very nearly a lifetime best. What's he given in round 5? Take a little while some of these marks to appear. Just another shout out in the middle of this second day to all the officials and volunteers making these championships run smoothly. Big thank you to them. Track and field athletics, 6:26 there, so no improvement for Chan. Track and field athletics just could not operate without these helpers who give of their time so generously. Yeo next to go.
Yeah, Yeo just struggling perhaps with some heavy legs, tired legs for sure from yesterday's triple jump where he took gold, and he's really gone for this one. Oh, that looked much better. Well, he's trying to get over 7 metres today. His indoor best is 7 metres exactly. And Archie Yeo has 1 gold this weekend, so I'm sure he'll be delighted with that. Great to see an athlete turning up and competing despite the tired legs, and that's 7:17 for Archie Yeo, so it looks to be an indoor personal best. He jumps 1 place from 7th into 6th. Much improved for Archie Yeo.
Oh, it's a big lifetime best, isn't it? 7:17, goodness me. Fabulous effort. Thought he generated a lot of speed in his previous effort. Next to go will be James Lellier. That's 3,000 metres for men. Their final is literally a couple of minutes away.
On the track, it's time for the men's 3,000 metres final. 19 competitors at double-decker start.
Well, here's the start list then for the men's 3,000 metres. We have a stacked field of 19 athletes. I think at one point there was something like 26 athletes, and they were wondering how they were going to manage them all on this track. We've got 19. It's going to be a bit packed, so they are starting from a double stagger, and some of the athletes will run the opening 50 metres in the outer 3 lanes, the others in the inner 3 lanes, and we won't get to see a head-up shot of all of them, but these are our athletes. Max Hayden, Scott Beattie, Zach Seddon. Keep an eye out for him. Ellis Cross is in there too. Andrew Penny, Joe Wigfield, James Young.
On your marks.
Usually have a 1,500, but James Young having good improvements over this distance as well. Ben Petrikis, Blake Moore, Ben McMillan, James West, Jack Goodwin and George Watson, Alistair Kinlock, Ben Reynolds, Alfie Manthorpe, Mark Pearce, steeplechaser coming indoors here, Mark, and the final 2 athletes, Charles and George Wheeler. Charles Wheeler, bronze medalist from 2023. Well, it's steady from the front, and just getting into there, that's Jack Goodwin, trailed by Scott Beattie, and Goodwin at the front just looking steady.
That's a big old pack, you know. I have to say, 19 is really pushing the limits for an indoor track race. 3,000 metres. They will be motoring through the latter stages, even if it's not particularly quick at the moment. But I do like to see good, honest running, I must admit, in the middle and long distances. They go through 2 laps there. 63.34, so sub 8 minute pace. They're on about 7.55 tempo. It's good running at the moment.
Yeah, looks strong, and this is exactly what you'd want with a big field. It strung out early on, and good job at the front from Jack Goodwin. Bedford and County man, 8:02 personal best.
Over to this long jump. And Farquharson. Alex Farquharson in 3rd place at the moment is 7:36. Gets the green flag, but he didn't look particularly happy with that one. Opened with 7:26, then 7:29. Actually, a really consistent series. 7:36, good height there. Not a bad leg shoot either. 7:34. Well, it's very nearly an improvement. He's 2 centimetres shy of his 4th round effort, but he's dialed in, isn't he? That's really consistent jumping in round 4 and 5. Stays in 3rd.
Right, just sitting in 2nd, Scott Beattie. He's there, Morpeth man, not the only Morpeth athlete that we have within this lineup. James Young, who's a very able 1500 metre runner and good over the 3,000 as well.
Sam Danson then in 2nd place, 7:40 in round 3, his best. Look at that speed he generates there, so much speed. I'm sure that was a big no jump. I think it was way over the board there. Yeah, red light comes on. So 1 round left for him to catch Sam Gugali's lead. It's 1 centimetre the gap between them. It's a no jump. Yeah, forward rotation there in the air anyway. The legs come down too soon as the centre of gravity rolls over your feet.
Well, they were through 1,000 metres in around 2 minutes 41, so they're on for about 8:03 pace if it keeps going at this, and it is busy at the front. Looks like Charles Wheeler has just moved up into 4th at the moment, and James West lurking there in 5th. Keep an eye out for him, James West, indoor and outdoor champion over this distance 12 months ago.
Here goes Sam Gugali. Well, he's the competition leader. He'd love to ease a bit more daylight between himself and Sam Danson in 2nd place on 7:40. Gets the green light. But was it an improvement? Don't think so. The reaction from him didn't indicate that it was something he was really happy with. Sam Gugali is a 7:52 jumper this winter. He's there or thereabouts. He's had a consistent series, but he just cannot get out there towards 7.5, beyond 7.5 metres. 7:52 this winter. His lifetime best 7:54. No, 7:24. No improvement. Stays in the lead though by 1 slender centimetre.
Well, just moving up through the field very gradually is Bracknell Zach Seddon. He is in the blue and yellow vest in around about 6th place. And just checking in behind him, Ellis Cross. See him there from Aldershot. Max Hayden for Aldershot as well.
They're just hovering in that sub 8 minute tempo zone. 4:19 at 1,600 metres. That's effectively the mile, 4:19. But it's 4:20 would have been exactly 8 minute tempo. Scott, and yet he's still doing all the work out there in front. Everybody biding their time, but it's got to start building now.
Yeah,
well, a really quick kicker. You've got to make your move this next couple of laps. No, start really making it hurt for the speedsters.
Yeah, exactly, and that's why somebody maybe like James Young or James West, who are pretty quick over the shorter stuff, and West will not give up his title easily here, because this is a stacked field. Everyone who is anyone is in this lineup, and now just getting to the front. Beattie perhaps the first move, and Seddon nicely placed to go with it, and then West just having to get on his toes quite quickly because there's three of them starting to pull away, and Beattie's done so much work at the front of this field. Scott Beattie, 9th at the World Road Running 5,000 metres in September, so he's building nicely in this UK indoor final, and not long left, 4 laps. Beattie, Wheeler's picked up, and Ellis Cross, as I say, don't see him too often, just sitting in 5th at the moment, although might just be moving back into 6th because the other Wheeler, George, moving behind his brother into 5th, and Seddon lurking very dangerously here for Scott Beattie at the moment. And there he is, coming around for 600 to go, and Tim, this is just building and bubbling nicely, and it's fizzing with Beattie at the front.
Well, it's fizzing, absolutely, because he's kicked in pretty hard. 6:24 there, with 3 laps to run, and he's stretched it out, and they're having to work behind him now, although Seddon, I have to say, looks very comfortable there in 2nd place. West to the defending champion James West from Tunbridge AC in that familiar white strip, looking very comfortable in 3rd. He's eased off on the throttle now. I always feel that if you're going to go, you've got to keep the pressure on, you've got to keep them working. Look, he's eased back and they're bunching.
Well, James Young had to make a bit of a move to try and get back amongst this lead pack. Sitting in behind him on his own is Joe Wigfield, who's much improved over the last couple of years as well. Young trying to stick with him, and now look at the Wheeler brothers just moving around the outside, and Beattie, who's done all the work so far in this race into the final 400 metres or so, just sliding backwards now, and West, who he said would have to bide his time in this race, is starting to glide nicely, and there it is, up the bell. James West not giving up this title without a fight, and it is Charles Wheeler just on his shoulder. There's Zach Seddon, the steeplechaser too, and James Young moving nicely. We said he's got speed from the 1500, and a look over his shoulder too. He's perfectly positioned for bronze, but it is all about James West at the front, and the man pulling away from the rest of the field here. James West is going to be back-to-back UK champion. What a goal for him, dominant, controlled, and Wheeler gets the silver, Zach Seddon the bronze, and James Young just fading in the final 50 metres. Well, what a finish, and James West, a great run, the Tunbridge man, controlled, he sat in all the right spaces.
I was going to say wonderfully executed. He really did control that nicely. Final kilometre of 2:26, a click under 2:27, but that is pretty tasty. I got the last lap at 26.9, but he did that one just right. He just gradually kept the pressure up, never gave anybody a sniff behind him. Last year's bronze medalist Charles Wheeler, at one point I thought was going to threaten, but West turned the screw at just the right moment and eased away over that final 150. Brilliant, brilliant tactics.
James Lelliott in the 6th round of the long jump. He currently sits in 5th with 7 metres 28. He's a much better jumper than that on his day. All the athletes here a little way down on their absolute best. The top 3 at the moment, Kigali with 7:41, Danson 7:40, and Farquharson 7:36. Lelliott ends his competition with 7 metres 24, so no improvement for him. He will have to see where the medals go to in these final 4 jumps, and the next man on the runway holds bronze at the moment.
Please welcome the 19-year-old from Trafford AC, Hannah Ferguson.
Well, the women's high jump is being introduced to the crowd now. Crowd receiving these athletes warmly as they are introduced. Gabrielle Garber being introduced to the crowd, only 19 years old. There's 4 teenagers in this 10-woman final. Jordana Morris, Basingstoke Mid-Hants athlete there. Evelyn Fontaine, the 19-year-old, goes for the Shaftesbury Barnet Harriers. It seems like in just about every discipline, the North London club have got great representation. She's a 181 jumper this winter. Kate Anson is 9th in the jumping order, the Liverpool Harrier. and Athletic Club athlete, 185 this winter. And then last but not least, by far from least, Morgan Lake, former world junior champion in this discipline, former world junior champion in the heptathlon. She chose to focus upon this discipline very soon after that double gold performance at the World Juniors in Eugene, Oregon, just a few years back. She's 26 now, has the personal best of 199, 192 this winter. It would be lovely to see her just ease into something closer to her lifetime best, because anything up around 195, 198 this winter could get you very close to the medals come Glasgow next week.
Well, the men's long jump has had a bit of a turn coming into the final three jumps. Alex Farquharson, 7:46 in round 6 to jump from bronze into gold. This is Alessandro Sciannini. 8 metres outdoors at the Scottish Championships last year. Don't think that's going to be any improvement for him. Well, this is the drama we had yesterday in the women's long jump. Sciannini currently in 4th with 7:32. I don't think that is going to be any better, and it's a foul for him. This was Alex Farquharson's big jump, 7:46. It's a real powerhouse these days, matured a lot, and 7:46 for Farquharson. He liked the look of it. Well, he has to sit and wait nervously, because there is Sam Danson and Sam Kigali. The two Sams could cause some damage to his lead. This is Sam Danson. What will be going through your mind at this point, Sam?
Last jump, so just give it all you can, really. It's a tight competition, a bit like the women's long jump yesterday. Anything can happen.
Well, the crowd will clap him home for his final jump of the competition. It's been a good series from Sam Danson. He got that one big jump in the 3rd round and just flew forward, I think expecting wings to come out his back and carry him to the end of the pit. Not to be for Sam Danson. Well, he will get the bronze, but will the gold go to Alex Farquharson, the UK outdoor champion 2 years ago? He's never won a medal here at the UK indoors. Looks like it hurt Sam Danson a bit there, diving into the pit. Well, Sam Kigali at the top of the runway in the long jump, and he has this one effort to try and take back the lead. He held onto the gold from round 3 with that 7:41 jump, which is now 5 centimetres behind Alex Farquharson. He's a powerhouse, Kigali, just sighting the board some way out and really had to chop his stride. Oh, it might be close. It's going to be around that 7:30, 7:41. Thank you to the crowd from Sam Kigali. I don't think he believes it's in the bag. He's so relaxed in the air, Sam Kigali. There's absolutely zero strain on his face, which is great to see. Farquharson lurking, and he sees the scoreboard, and Kigali jumps 7:35 in the final round. It is no improvement. Alex Farquharson up from bronze to gold with that 7:46 jump, and the Birchfield Harrier takes gold in Birmingham to add to his UK outdoor title from 3 summers ago. And Alex Farquharson, a big sigh of relief for him, I'm sure.
Well, the athletes out on the track and lined up for the next event. It is the 15 laps of the women's 3,000 metres now. 11 starters go in this one, and they're one of the biggest names of the weekend. Laura Muir goes in this one. Muir, who was the winner here in 2018 and 2019 in fabulous form. We know that from a win at the Milrose Games 2 miles just last week, where the original winner was disqualified. One of the Ethiopians starting and breaking away from the start line and cutting in too soon. It was a great shame, because she did just out-sprint Laura Muir, but rules is rules. And Muir, the world number 6 over 3,000 metres, went through 3,000 in 8:31 during that 2 miles and then completed nearly just over another lap. She is a supreme athlete, of course, the Olympic silver medalist at 1,500 metres, Laura Muir. So away they go then. Now, will anybody take this out hard? Laura Muir stands out as head and shoulders above the rest, with all respect to them. There's some other good athletes here. Hannah Nuttall, the Charnwood AC athlete, is an 8:45 performer this winter. Doesn't get anywhere near the top 10, but that is world-class running. Amy Eloise Neal or Markov is in the field as well. Her best 8:48 this winter. She has run 8:44 in years gone by, and she was champion back in 2022. Last year's winner, Melissa Courtney Bryant, not in the field. But it looks relatively slow at the moment. Laura Muir from Scotland, right at the back of the field. Just jogging along here. You get the impression she could run several dozen laps at this tempo. It's very, very slow indeed in the early stages.
Just wonder whether Laura Muir is thinking about tactics for the world indoors and how it might pan out in the heats or maybe even the final. We know in the past, certainly in her earlier years, she was happy to take it out hard in major finals, but it doesn't always quite go like that. And here, just happy to sit at the back. She's done this occasionally in UK indoors, and she's competed over the 1,500 and 800 as well. But maybe here just biding her time.
My only concern in this sort of situation, and he must have been in this sort of quandary, Sam, in tactical races, if you sit at the back, there's a chance of somebody going down in front of you and you get caught up with those bodies rolling around, and it is very slow. That pack, look, 3 or 4 wide after, 400 metres in 84 seconds. I mean, that's a marathon pace for the Paula Radcliffes of this world. It's very, very slow indeed. And Muir, I suspect, will do one of those jobbies where she wants to kick in really hard with 3 or 4 laps to go and see what her closing speed can be. The only thing is that when you come to the World Indoor Championships, you just know the Ethiopians are going to make it hard from the get-go.
Yeah, I think Laura will be doing that. We've seen her do it before at British Champs, but I think in this race she's just staying out of trouble, staying at the back. She can start if anyone falls. I think just getting through this race, we're assuming she's going to win without any trouble. Yeah, staying fit, staying clean. I think that's our game plan for this. Make a big move later on.
I mean, not much outside 2 minutes and 3 laps. It has been pedestrian pace. Thankfully, the lead has been taken up now as we see the presentations for that men's 3,000 metres going on in the top window, top right of your screen. Tucker it is who leads here. Stephanie Tucker, the Cumberslang Harrier. She's only a 9:24 athlete, but you've got to admire her here for just giving it a go, I guess, you know, rather than just jogging round for 10 laps and then getting blown away by the likes of Laura Muir.
It's interesting as well, a lot of the athletes with experience at BMCs where somebody's pacing you. You saw in the opening laps Kate Axford, who's a bit of a newbie to the sport after coming from hockey. She's got 2 very talented siblings who play hockey as well, and she took it out for the opening few laps, and now Tucker too. So it's just where you start to learn maybe some of those skills in taking out a race when you get to a final and you can start to contest as well.
Poppy Tankin second place there, the City of Plymouth athlete in the green. And I think that's Holly Reese in third on the inside. The white vest. Muir still right at the back with that ponytail flapping around, just moving wide out in lane 2 now. You get the feeling she'd love to be able to give it a go, but she's just holding back. It's almost like holding back a dam that's about to burst, because Laura Muir would love to kick in up on her toes. She's a lovely looking runner, as Muir. She's developed so well, so steadily this last few years, and now she begins to make a move, and for the first time Muir is second to last there to write a picture.
Yeah, and Hannah Nuttall in this race as well, having a great indoor campaign too. She was second here last year and got a 5,000 metre personal best just a couple of weeks ago. She's lurking at the back, just side by side with Laura Muir at the moment, Nuttall, and she's been sat on that inside curb and has a lot of athletes in front of her. So maybe we'll just start to track Laura Muir as she moves from the back of the pack towards the front, and Amy Eloise Neal at the moment sitting in 4th. She's smart running, just keeping near the front.
Well, almost 3:54 at 1,200 metres. It has been desperately slow. Muir now 4th from the back. Just moved up a little bit, maybe sensing that somebody else would put an acceleration, maybe likes of Amy Eloise Neal, the Wakefield District athlete who is former European indoor champion at this distance. Well, with a personal best of 8:44, Muir really shouldn't be struggling to defeat her. She's one of those athletes, Neil, formerly Amy Eloise Markov, who just generates and gets the most out of the talent she's got. Doesn't have enormous speed, but she moves to the front now, maybe thinking mid-race we really do need to start putting a little bit of respectability into this, and we'll get something out of it. Perhaps she has got her own ambitions and targets for this. Laura Muir, the only athlete in the UK that has qualified for the World Championships at this distance. 3,000 at 1,500, several athletes there, Muir and Snowden and Courtney Bryant and Riki. But you can see here Laura Muir covering this pretty impressive surge from Neil mid-race, and it's single file straight away, and the rest of them just moving nicely now as they come into the home straight.
Well, Nesbitt, Jenny Nesbitt in fourth at the moment, Kate Axford in fifth, so going with that leading group, and Poppy Tank just fading off the back of them in sixth as it stands, and Muir happy to just sit in and ride behind Neil. Nuttall did just glide up around the outside with Muir as well, and these three just starting to break free perhaps of Nesbitt too.
It's just what Laura Muir needs, because I think if she'd suddenly said to her, look, just kick in really hard the last 1,000 and see what you can do, and this is the 2,000 mark coming up, I don't think Laura Muir would have had much problem accelerating hard, but to have a couple of quite hard laps before getting to 2,000 there in 6:14, so there you go, they're on pretty much about 9:20 pace. It's pedestrian for Laura Muir. It's pretty much what Laura Muir needs. I mean, she's not quite as fresh as she might have been hitting the 2,000 mark, and 5 laps to run, 4.5 now. When will she make her move? Because no doubt at all, she will experiment with that acceleration, don't you think, Sam?
Yeah, we've seen her do it before. I think it's a great learning tool to go into this World Champs, practice your tactics here, and I think she will give it a good kick and really go for it at some point in this race.
6:49 there with 4 laps to run. So even that was only a 35-second lap. It wasn't very quick. Markov, or I should say Neil, her married name now, Amy Eloise Neil, didn't really keep the pressure on. These 5 locked together now. Nuttall in third place, the daughter of the late John Nuttall, who very sadly was lost to us just a couple of months back. Beautiful looking runner, up on her toes and moving comfortably at the moment, and she is the second fastest athlete in the field this winter with 8:45, making her knocking on the door of world class at 3,000 metres as Neil continues to apply the pressure. 3 laps to go, 7:24 there, but 3 laps to go. But Laura Muir still biding her time. Looks like she's going to leave it late. Maybe just test her speed over the last 200, perhaps even the last 400.
Well, it must be daunting for Neil just knowing that finishing speed that Laura Muir possesses, and she is lurking and looking comfortable at the moment. Nuttall is certainly someone to be concerned about, and Muir now just hitting the front for the first time with 400 to go.
2 laps to run. Laura Muir then just eased into the lead about 30 metres before that point. Nuttall slides into second place behind him. Neil looking a little flat-footed and lacking speed is back in third place as Muir continues to pour it on up in front, but Nuttall has got great speed. She's looking beautiful in second place. Muir stole 5 metres, but hasn't really opened up anymore over this last couple of hundred. Nuttall now beginning to struggle a little bit as Muir continues to apply the pressure, just turns the screw. The gap going through the bell is about 8 or 9 metres. All of a sudden the gulf is becoming a yawning gulf. And Laura Muir, the British record holder at 1,500 metres and 3,000 metres, pouring it on there as Neil back in third place has been chased down for the bronze medal. But 100 metres to run, and Laura Muir here. The crowd loving to see this one. I'm sure many people here will have tickets for the World Indoors at the end of the month, a couple of weeks away in Glasgow. Laura Muir now comes into the straight and glides towards the line, looking very, very impressive indeed. It's just been an experiment in speed. I got her at 60.2 for the last 400 metres. Nuttall 2 or 3 seconds back in second place, and the battle for third place coming through really tightly there. And it's Axford who comes through for third place. Kate Axford, the Belgrave Harrier, the 24-year-old, takes third. The winning time, well, 8:58, just a second or 2 under the 9-minute barrier, but all the running coming in the latter stages there. Well done to Amy Eloise Neil for injecting some respectability to that one, because frankly there were about 6 or 8 laps of almost jogging to begin the race. But that is championship racing, and Laura Muir is becoming one of the great masters of handling those situations. It'll become a lot more serious in 10 or 12 days' time in Glasgow with the best of the East Africans to contend with. But that was just a nice little blowout for Laura Muir.
Very impressive. Young Kate Axford as well. She's only 24 years of age. That lead group of 5 that broke away around the halfway point, and she was the youngest of them and the least experienced, and using that speed and strength. She's somebody to watch out for in the summer. Kate Axford, 7th at the UK Outdoors last year, and some an impressive run from Muir and the other Nuttall and Axford in the medals.
Yeah, Laura looked really comfortable there. I think she took it as a training run. I think we all expected her to win this one.
Well, chance to see our male shot putters who are going to jump into the circle and chuck it all the way out to the cage. And here they come. Well, this is Fabio Zamparelli, one of our para athletes, F20 category, looking to best his 13:04 lifetime best. Zamparelli from Cornwall.
There's 9 athletes in this final, but here is the big star, Scott Lincoln. City of York man this winter has really hit his straps. He's thrown over 21 metres, 21.01. Scott Lincoln so close to making the top 10 in the world.
Yeah, Patrick Swan as well amongst this lineup, and he'll be challenging for the medals, I'm sure, alongside Jacob Matthews. Halezone only down the road. And what about this for the headwear, Tim?
Andy Knight for Southampton AC. Great pink hat, loving it. He knows too. Just a bit of entertainment there from Andy Knight, the 22-year-old. Best of 17:05, isn't he? In good form this winter.
James Saylor, one of the most experienced athletes in this competition, 41 years of age. Personal best this year of 14 metres 60 indoors, going well.
Josh Tyler of Tavistock AC learning his trade. His first competition of the winter is a 14.79 performer. Zach Davies there from Harrow AC, 15.77 performer, close to that this winter. And Greg Beard completes the lineup. He's an 18.59 performer. His absolute best is Greg Beard, only 15.5 metres this winter. He's 41 years old now. He's one of the great elder statesmen of the men's shot putting scene in the UK. Greg Beard from Newman Essex Beagles. 9 men in this shot put final. And there it is, Laura Muir, 8.58.8. Some just over 3 seconds ahead of Hannah Nuttall. And Kate Axford running a personal best for that bronze medal, even in that sort of tactical race. It shows how much potential she's got. Kate Axford, so much more to come from her.
Well, we're down to the final hour and 25 minutes of the weekend, Tim, and it's all finals here on out in the track, and we have the women's high jump going through the early heights. Bar currently at 1.74 metre in the women's high jump, and the men's 400 metres is next up on the track.
There is that lineup for the men's shot put final. Just one name missing there. There it is, Greg Beard, who is, as I say, possibly the most experienced of all of them. The world record, by the way, by Ryan Krauser in the Los Angeles Outdoors last May is 23.56. The indoor best this winter by Krauser, 22.80. That was just yesterday in Albuquerque in the USA. He is the out-and-out world #1 is Ryan Krauser.
That was Jordana Morris.
Sorry, Scott.
In the high jump, 1.74. Well, Sam, the event you won 12 months ago, what's going through your mind and soul at the moment?
Yeah, it's a bit of mixed emotions. I'm really excited to see how these guys run, but a big part of me wants to be down there myself. So, yeah, exciting race ahead.
Well, we spoke about it yesterday, and I asked you as well, who do you think will get the gold?
And I think it's between those 2 Sheffield boys on the outside, Lee and Ben.
Well, this is The lineup for the final then, these 6 athletes making their way through the heats and semi-finals yesterday. On the outside, the UK leader, the 2018 champion, Lee Thompson. Fastest through to the final. Ben Higgins, the UK champion for 2022. Big support here for him. Will he get the gold again? Josh Folds, who has finished like an absolute steam train in the heats and the semi-finals, needs to get out quickly here. Efe Okoro, home support from Birmingham. Can he get amongst the medals, the former England champion? Isaac Osei Tutu, well, one of the non-automatic qualifying spots through to this final, the 25-year-old. And Dan Putnam, the England outdoor champion, had lane 1 in the heats, lane 1 again in the final. Will be tough for him to feature, but maybe should be buoyed by what Lee Thompson did in the final 12 months ago. Bronze medal Lee got after having lane 1. For a guy of his height, that's tough as well, isn't it, Sam? Yeah,
definitely. He manoeuvred really well in the final 50 of that race. Was a bit off it through 200, but yeah, came through strong. Hopefully Dan could do the same.
Well, Lee Thompson's winning time here in 2018 was 46.23. That was the fastest winning time of the UK Championships since Rob Tobin in 2006. This is the men's 400-metre final.
Set.
Away they go. Strong start from Okoro in lane 3. Putnam just being left in the blocks a little bit. Osei Tutu running really hard here from lane 2, and Ben Higgins, who always starts so quickly, just about closing the gap between himself and Lee Thompson, and Thompson will have the edge through 200 and at the break. Lee Thompson leads. This is quick, 21.75, much quicker than he ran through the heats yesterday. Folds has tripped, and it's Okoro for Birchfield in 3rd, Osei Tutu in 4th, and Lee Thompson still leads with 100 to go. Higgins fighting hard. This is a real scrap between the 2 Sheffield athletes, and Thompson leads into the home straight. Can he pull away? Higgins fighting back. It's going to be close on the line. Can Thompson get there? He's going to hold him off. 46.71 on the line. Okoro diving to try and get the bronze. I think it was Osei Tutu that came through to get that bronze medal, and a real fight in all lanes and across the track, because it was a real tussle. But it was Lee Thompson, 46.69, quicker than it was won in last year, Sam. And my word, we knew it would be quick, we knew it would be a hard-fought battle, but it's Lee Thompson with the gold.
Yeah, he did his job perfectly there. He needed to get out quick. He has a good 200-metre speed, but he hasn't really been hitting those times through 200. But 21.75, I think it was, through 200 is exactly the pace he needed to go through. Put Ben under pressure, who also likes a fast start, and yeah, he delivered. Came through strong. And who doesn't love 400-metre indoor running? Because that was full of drama.
Well, that was the trip. It was Folds again trying to come from the back, and at the break just getting amongst the mess a little bit. Difficult to see what happened because it happened so quickly that the man with the hands on his head, Stuart Marshall, Ben Higgins' coach, just looking on. He knew it would be close. Lee Thompson, though, you've got to set your stall out, and he knew he'd be chased the whole way from lane 6, but did what he needed to.
Definitely, it was a really exciting race. I think they both went into this knowing it would be between them two for the gold, but Lee did his job perfectly, and I think, yeah, he deserved that one today.
Well, Isaac Osei Tutu with the bronze as well. Great run from him in lane 2.
Presentations for the women's 3,000 metres, and is that Jack Butler making presentations down there? The CEO of UK Athletics. Kate Axford, Belgrave Harry, setting a personal best for the bronze medal. Brilliant run from her. The silver medal going to Hannah Nuttall. Put in a great challenge to Laura Muir, but couldn't hang on to her come that final circuit when Muir's strength and speed endurance eased her away. And she is one of the superstars of British track and field athletics. Jack Buckner himself, former European champion at 5,000 metres. A good job to try and bring UK athletics back into better health in financial respects, although ironically the British team goes from strength to strength when it comes to major championships, Worlds, Europeans, Commonwealths and Olympics. The British squad is very, very strong indeed. One of the main characters in the standard bearers is Laura Muir, who won that title very comfortably indeed today in 8:58, and all things looking good as she heads towards Glasgow and will compete in front of a home crowd. That's got to be like the 12th man effect, hasn't it, Scott?
I think there's not many opportunities you get to do that in your career, to go to Glasgow, and yeah, I think Muir's going to be buoyed on because they will give such a strong home support.
Well, the women's high jump underway. It's relatively early stages. The bar at 1m78 at the moment. So, just Lucy Wallaker of Exeter Harriers over 178 so far. The men's shot also underway, and the women's 400-metre finalists are out on the track and getting ready for their two-lap challenge.
That was Ally Ferguson in the high jump. She will have another attempt at 1m78.
So there was a hold on that men's 400-metre final result, but it's gone official. Lee Thompson once again, the UK
Well, shot put then.
champion, 46.69.
And that's Fabio Zamparelli.
46.79. And Isaac Osei Tutu.
Zamparelli 12m77 in the opening round. This is his second round effort. Will he get any improvement?
Wins therefore the indoor title for the second time.
I think I'm still worn out from that 400 final, Sam.
Yeah, that was exhilarating. I'm really looking forward to this women's 400-metre final. 400 metres indoors always delivers the drama. It's so physical and so different compared to the outdoor counterpart.
Well, I think we're about to see the medals in the men's 400. But before we do, where's your money going to go in this women's 400 final?
I think it's hard to not say Lavia Nilsson with the form she's in at the moment. Bar any disasters like we saw in the last race, I think she should have this win.
Well, that's the final result for the men's 400. Lee Thompson, 46.69, a season's best for Ben Higgins, 46.79, and Isaac Osei Tutu with a great run from lane 2 to get the bronze. That was tough from him.
Yeah, he's had a really good series in this champs, PBing throughout the rounds and getting that bronze in that race from lane 2. Yeah, really impressive, really happy for him.
Well, he should be delighted. Medal presentation for the men's 400. And Ben Higgins, gold 2 years ago, silver last year, and silver in 2024. And Lee Thompson, 6 years after winning this title on this track, he should be absolutely delighted. Olympian 3 years ago. Great athlete and well deserving of his gold medal.
So it is time for the next track race, the next final. It's the women's 400 metres. Fabulous double for the in the men's 400 metres just now for City of Sheffield and Durn. Now in the women's final we have a couple of sisters who could go 1-2 in the 2 outside lanes. All 6 lanes are filled, by the way. There were 3 personal bests in the semi-finals. There as the lineup: Jürgen Breyer-Kelly, Jessie Knight, the 400-metre hurdler goes in 4, and then Lavia Nilsson in 5, and her sister Lena Nilsson in lane 6. Always makes the post interesting when you have 2 sisters like that. I coached a couple of twins back in the 90s, Andy and Alan Graffin, and A Graffin male was always caused confusion. Anyway, here we go. So Lavia Nielsen goes in lane 5. Her sister Lena is in 6. She won a semi-final 51.83, the quickest of those in the second round. They had heats and semis yesterday. Here's Jessie Knight. Now her 400-metre hurdling strength might come to tell here. She goes in 4. The Windsor Slough Eton athlete, 52.59, the season's best in her semi. Hannah Kelly, personal best in her semi-final, 52.61. She's in 3. Hannah Breyer for Swansea Harriers, 53.36, a personal best for her too in her semi-final. And Nicole Jürgen has the inside lane. She set a season's best of 53.41 in her semi-final. But the 3 semi-final winners, Knight, Lavia Nielsen and Lena Nielsen, going in lanes 4, 5, 6. That's where we're expecting the racing to be. Remember, they are running on slightly tired legs. 2 400s yesterday. The first one was at 1:10 in the afternoon. The semis were at 5 to 6 last night. So anybody with 2 races in one day and coming to a third race in little over 24 hours is going to be feeling it in the legs. That may be a factor. Femke Bol holds the world record, and she holds the world #1 time this year, 49.63. But anything down around 51.5 would be super quick. But where they go then now, the 2 sisters, Lavia Nielsen and Lena Nielsen. Down the back straight, Lena on the outside, left of picture. Lavia looking very smooth indeed in that red top for Enfield and the Haringey AC. They belong to different clubs, can you believe? As they come around the bend, and really aggressive running from Hannah Breyer in lane 2. My word, as she poured it on around that second bend. But it is the Nielsens who lead. Lavia Nielsen leads from Lena Nielsen. Breyer in 3rd place. Some hard running to come yet from Jessie Knight. She's back in 5th at the moment. Great running from Kelly too. Hannah Kelly from Bolton United Harriers looking superb. She eases past Breyer in 3rd place. But Lavia Nielsen leading off the final bench. She has a 1 metre lead on her sister, and there's a big gap behind Lena Nielsen as well. It's going to be a 1-2 for the Nielsen family. Crosses the line there, 51.55. Well, it very nearly gets her into the world top 10 for this year. 27.48, that second circuit. It's significantly quicker than she ran in her semi-final last night. Brilliant stuff from Lavia Nielsen. Did what was needed and no more, but controlled the race. And Sam, I know you were itching to have been in that men's 400 metres as well, but you were a fascinated spectator of that one. But did she put her foot wrong?
No, she didn't. She got out quick. Her reaction time on the blocks was really good as well. So it was a perfect race from Lavia Nielsen there, and sets herself up nicely for the World Indoor Champs in a couple of weeks' time.
Absolutely right. And if we look at the 400 metres, well, Lavia Nielsen does have the qualifying time. She and Amber Anning over 400. Jürgen and Victoria Hurrigu as well. But yeah, Great Britain are going to have some relay squad on those World Indoors.
Pretty good. Jessie Knight will certainly be amongst that as well, and I think a word on her, because she ran most of that second lap in lane 2. She had to come such a long way round in the home straight. 52.79 on the clock for her. She finished like a train, Sam.
Yeah, that 400 metre hurdle of strength right there came through really well. It was a battle between the 3 of them coming around to that home straight, and she had the best finish of the bunch, so took that bronze medal.
Quite a run from Lena Nielsen too. A personal best in her semi-final, 52.06, and then another personal best for that silver medal, 51.95. Joins the sub-52 second club indoors. Confirmation then of the 1-2 for the Nielsen family. Lavia winning 51.50 for a personal best, the second inside 24 hours for Lena Nielsen, her sister, 51.95 for silver. Jessie Knight, 52.79. They're battling 52.79. The strength is there for Jessie Knight. She's a real banker to take that bronze medal, with Kelly in 4th, Breyer and Jürgen in 5th and 6th.
Great scenes, 2 sisters, and that's Lena Nielsen jumping for joy. Yeah, I think they just heard the times. She got sub 52, and that's the joy running a personal best gives you. It certainly cures any pain from the lactic, doesn't it?
Yeah, the adrenaline you get from running a good time, you don't feel the pain, which is a good thing.
Well, onto the high jump, and bar now 1.78 m. This is Ali Routledge. Oh, just bringing it down with the rear, and that was third and final attempt for her, so she bows out of the competition with a best of 1m74. She wasn't far off, was she? Maybe just taking off a bit too far away.
The medals will be presented by Olympic medalist UKA board member Wendy Sly. Bronze medalist representing Windsor Slough International.
All the medals being awarded then for that 400-metre final. Jessie Knight taking that bronze, as we said. Knight would be delighted with her time, 52.79, but it was always going to be a tough call to get ahead of the Nielsen twins. Lena, that 51.95, the silver medal, new personal best. She's cock-a-hoop with that, really, really pleased. A pair of them celebrating together, lovely sight. It's not many people get to experience that family feeling on the track. And Lavia Nielsen, well, she is indeed UK indoor champion of 2024. And Nielsen, well, Amma Pippi was champion last year, 52.5. Jessie Knight, the winner in 2020 and 2022. Lavia moving from silver 12 months ago to gold medalist today. And a little extra injection of confidence to take up to Glasgow with her.
Yeah, absolutely. And expect to see those three athletes feature in Glasgow, the home World Indoor Championships. The Nielsen twins in great form.
Next event on the track, by the way, is the women's 200, then the men's 200. They'll be followed by the men's and women's 1500s respectively, and then the men's and women's 800s. Gabby Garber, third and final attempt at 178. She's under some pressure here. No, not on this occasion for Garber.
Three athletes so far over the high top, 1m78.
Well, it would have been a personal best for her. It was a tough call. She's a 175 jumper, 174 this winter, the 19-year-old from Leeds City AC, proudly wearing her Great Britain outfit. Athletes of these championships have to wear, isn't the rule that you have to wear your club vest or your national vest?
Yeah, I think it's a good opportunity to wear your club vest. Not a lot of people have that on the international circuit, so give some recognition of where you came from. I'm a big fan of it.
Yeah, absolutely. We should be so proud of our club scene in the UK. It is the foundation of our national teams, just as the English schools is something that needs so much precious handling. It's a little bit unloved at the moment, but just about every great British athlete in the last 50, 70 years has competed in the English schools championships.
Well, high jump, and Fontaine there, 178. That's a third time failure for her, so unfortunately for Evelyn Fontaine, she bows out with a best. First time clearance actually at 1m74. Well, the athletes just about ready in the women's 200 metres to get things underway. Current world lead set by Julian Alfred. That incredibly quick track in Albuquerque, 22.16. British record set this year by Amber Anning, 22.60. Might even see Amber Anning at the World Indoors. We shall see. Well, that's the starting lineup for the women's 200-metre final. On the outside, it's our reigning champion, the Sale Harrier, 19 years of age, Success Erdogan. Amma Pippi, who was the fastest through to this final, 23.45 in the semis. bronze medalist at last year's World Championships in the 4x400 metre relay. Brooke Ironside looked really good this year, only 20 years of age, building nicely. Bronze medal at the England Under 23 Championships last summer. Rachel Bennett, personal bests in the heat, personal best in the semi-final, 23.65. And on the inside, Hannah Longdon stuck in 2, but has had a great day. Personal bests and season's best from her as well. Longdon, the reigning British University's indoor champion. Sam, where's your money on?
I think Ama Pippi's looking really good in those 200 metres, but Success Edouin has won this competition before, so knows what it takes and has been gaining confidence through the round. So between those two, I think.
The women's 200 metre final, Edouin, Pippi, Ironside, Bennett and Longdon.
Set.
Well, it felt like a long hold. Pippi going after it a bit more in the final here and already closing the gap on Edouin in lane 6 from 3. Bennett is moving nicely and so is Longdon from 2, but it is Ama Pippi as they come into the home straight that has the edge. Edouin is fighting, it's a real scrap. Nothing to choose between the two of them. And just across the line, it's Pippi, 23.29. Just pulling away in the final 15 metres. And Ama Pippi with a great run to take the gold here. She won the 400 last year, gets the gold over the 200 in 2024, and Success Edouin, well, good lesson from an athlete a bit more senior than her, Sam.
Yeah, it's really impressive from Ama Pippi there. It's a good sign for her 400 metres outdoors, and if she continues to run any more indoors, that 200 metre speed really does help over the 400 metres. So, yeah, congratulations to Ama Pippi.
Well, season's best for Success Edouin. It's just down that back straight where Pippi really motored in the semi-finals, but she got out much better from the blocks this time as well.
Yeah, I don't think she put her foot wrong right there. It was a good run, good competitive from both Success and Ama Pippi in that race. It was only really decided in the last 10-20 metres from what we can see, but Ama Pippi just had the pip of it.
Well, I think coming through to take the bronze was Brooke Ironside, and it was indeed the 20-year-old, 23.68, the time for her, and really solid run too. Good youngsters coming through in this scene, and Ama Pippi bodes well for her 400 metres outdoors for sure. Might see her at the World Indoor Championships too.
Back to this women's high jump. Now, the bar at 182, 183 is 6 foot if you want the conversion. It's almost exactly 2.5 centimetres to the inch. Ali Ferguson, dangerously 178, second attempt at 182. No, not on that occasion. Wasn't close either, was it? She's lying in third place at the moment. 3 athletes clear at 178. Nobody yet clear at 182. Lucy Wallaker leads from Kate Hansen. Ferguson of Trafford AC in third, and immediately goes over for some feedback. Make a tweak.
Well, the men's 200 metre final coming up next, but this is the result. Ama Pippi, 23.29, great run from her. Success Edouin, 23.41, and the bronze going to Brooke Ironside, 23.68. And I think they're about to get their medals on the infield as well. Brooke Ironside had lane 4 in that final. Great series of runs from her today as well. Rachel Bennett, who finished in 4th. Well, 2 personal bests for her, came close, but Brooke Ironside delivering with the bronze. And Success Edouin, the silver medalist this time round. She was gold last year, and our champion for 2024, Ama Pippi from Enfield in Harringay. Big smile on her face, seems to be enjoying it out there as well.
Ladies and gentlemen, please acknowledge our latest set of Microcross UK Athletic Indoor Championship medalists.
Well, rightly acknowledged by the crowd, the 3 medalists as having entertained well. 3 races in the one day. Doesn't make it easy, does it? The next event on the track, the men's 200 metres final, and that is about 7 minutes away yet. The athlete's not yet out on the track as we go to Kate Sanson, the Liverpool Harrier. Ooh, no. Anson's second failure for her at 182. Of course, Morgan Lake hasn't come in yet. She's going to come in at the next height, 185. So as long as she pops over that, she'll win the competition with 1 jump, unless one of these 3, Wallaker, Anson or Ferguson, can get over 182 at the 3rd time of asking. Evelyn Fontaine had 3 failures at 178. She finishes in 4th place with the best of 174. In fact, 3 athletes shared 4th place: Evelyn Fontaine, Gabrielle Garber and Ali Routledge. The outstanding favourite, of course, for the world title, world indoor title in Glasgow, is Mahuchik of Ukraine, and if she does take gold up there, that'll be one of the most loudly cheered golds of those World Indoor Championships on March 1st, 2nd and 3rd.
Well, Hallie Ferguson, unfortunately for her, that's a 3rd time failure at 1m82. She sits in 3rd at the moment, but as you say, Morgan Lake still to come into this competition, and I wonder just how long it is until she comes into this. We have only got 5 track finals to come before the end of this weekend's UK Athletics Indoor Championships. Great to see so much field action this afternoon as well. And the men's 200 metres is up for you next. We have Lucy Walker on the runway, lining up 1m82, and Wallaker, unfortunately for her, that's a 3rd time failure. So only Kate Anson can stay in the competition before it becomes the Morgan Lake show. Such good confidence at the minute, in great form. Well, maybe just a bit of fatigue there from Wallaker. She was comfortably clear. 4 first-time clearances before she got to 1m82. And Kate Anson just lurking there in the yellow vest and yellow socks of Liverpool Harriers. She will be vying to stay in this competition and get up to the next height, which would be 1m85.
Well, I'm just looking down on the track as the athletes are getting ready for the men's 200 metres final, and it looks like one athlete might have a cramp in his hamstring, and he's wearing the pink vest. Just trying to see who that is down there, Scott.
Dean Patterson.
Dean Patterson, he's the favourite too.
We'll come back to him in a minute. Kate Anson for 1m82, her final attempt. The whole arena looking down on her. Much better from Anson. Big cheers. Must be a special feeling, 7,000 people cheering you on. And great work from Anson. But you just see in the background there, Dean Patterson in the pink of the Glasgow Jaguars. And Sam, you know a bit about hamstrings with your recent work. That didn't look like cramp to me.
No, that didn't look good at all. That's the risks of having to run 3 races in the same day, and yeah, it's the importance of.
Do you think it's too much, Sam? Do you think it's asking a little too much? You know, not slotting in the heat last night, and maybe making them do the semi and final today.
Yeah, I think it is a lot to ask. That's why the importance of keeping hydrated and keeping your energy levels up during this is so important when you're running these 3 races in one day. because that is not nice to see, and I wish him well if he is.
In a way, it's more stressful than running 3 200s on outdoor tracks. These tight indoor bends do create that extra strain, don't they? A little bit more tweaking and pressure on the muscles.
Yeah, definitely. It's a lot more tasking on the body in the indoors and the outdoors, I feel. So I do wish him well. He seems to be walking off all right, so hopefully it's not too bad.
Well, that's an enormous shame for the Glasgow Jaguars athlete. He's only 18 years old, Dean Patterson, English junior international. He won his semi-final in 21.11. He was the quickest in the semi-finals. Indeed, came into this weekend as the UK number 2 with 21.07, and might have been optimistic of going sub 21.
Well, there looks to be only 3 athletes on the start line.
3 athletes on the start line, isn't that bizarre? There were meant to be 6, so lanes 1 and 2 are empty. Lane 3 has Sages Nguye, who set a personal best in his semi-final of 21. In fact, 21.09 rather. I think that came in his heat. He was 21.28 in his semi-final, the Trafford AC athlete. But Snaith and Taylor are absent. Patterson has injured himself literally at the 11th hour. He's just walking away out of picture, very close to where these athletes are. That's so we're looking at lane 3, Taylor, 4 Nguye. In fact, Snaith, who's not there. Lane 1 would have been empty. Snaith is not there in 2. Taylor is there, Harry Taylor, who set a personal best in his semi-final of 21.21. Then Sages Nguye, and the headband there, the white vest, he goes in 4. Dean Patterson would have been in 5. Richard Akinyeba is out in lane 6. He's the reigning champion, Akinyeba. On 21.13. A season's best to win his semi-final. But Harry Taylor is there in lane 3. It's kind of ironic that lane 5 is empty.
Set.
Well, away this time. Taylor goes off very quickly, trying to close down on Nguye outside him, and way outside the pair of them is Richard Akinyeba, the defending champion. They have blasted the first 100, though, those two on the inside. They're working hard to come back, and it's brilliant running from Harry Taylor in 3. Taylor in 3, Akinyeba now on the outside that gets into his running off the final bend and crosses the line there, just to the good, but it was much closer than we expected, I have to say. Wow, Harry Taylor's tail was up. He was second in his semi-final in 21.21, and actually, when you think about it, Sam, you know, Akinyeba won his semi in 21.13, a season's best, so that's less than a tenth of the second between them, so that always was going to be very tight indeed. 21.28 there for Richard Akinyeba. Third race of the day. They've got to be running on slightly tired legs, you know, when you think that each of those 3 efforts is more or less flat out. Certainly that one would have been.
Yes.
But, at least those 3 have got through it uninjured. But Patterson, Dean Patterson, we can only hope and pray it was a minor injury, perhaps a cramp.
Yeah, hopefully. He did seem to be walking by himself, so hopefully it's not too bad. But I think those 3 did sense once he was out of the competition that the win was up for grabs and gave it the absolute all. Yeah, like you said, the 3 races in a day, it does take out your legs, and now another flat-out run. I'm sure they're feeling the lactic now.
Well, Kate Hansen, first effort at 1.85 m, you just saw. She will have 2 more attempts, and we're about to see Morgan Lake take to the track for the first time as she lines up for her first high jump. Well, the groan you heard around the arena was because Morgan Lake's got a first-time failure, her opening effort at 1.85.
There is the win for Richard Akinyeba confirmed. 21.28, Sages Nguye 21.38. Only a tenth of a second down. Harry Taylor 21.47. And that was from that lane 3. So that's a brilliant run from Harry Taylor. Dean Patterson unable to start. Ben Snaith didn't start. Patterson injured in the final minute or 2 of preparing for the race. Went out on the track.
Well, this was Morgan Lake. First time we've seen her in the competition. She was really close. And yeah, just grazing it. I think a couple of minor tweaks And she's in such great form. You see her making the adjustments to the run-up. Just taking it back slightly.
I'm a little surprised she's come in as late as 185. You know, what's the great harm in coming in at, say, 182? Just have a little sighting jump. Give yourself that little bit less pressure. But 185, now she's under a bit of pressure. If she fails the next one, she's under enormous pressure.
Yeah, starts to get tense, doesn't it?
And they are heights that should be pretty straightforward for her. That was anything but a straightforward win for Richard Akinyeba in the men's 200 metres. Harry Taylor taking the bronze medal, 21.47 of Harrow AC. Trafford AC's Sagasa Nguyen taking the silver medal with 21.38. 1/10 of a second ahead. That's all, less than a metre, Richard Akinyeba for the Be Fit Today Track Academy. 22-year-old retains his title from 12 months ago, 21.28. He did have the best reaction of the three, although Nguyen Taylor certainly over the first 150 worked the hardest and did close up on him markedly, but he was strong, very strong over that last 50. Big lad, isn't he?
Morgan Lake, second attempt, 185. Only her second jump of the competition. She's come in late. Here she goes. Much better that time. And Lake coming in late. And the Windsor athlete looking comfortable. It should be comfortable for Morgan Lake. She's the UK leader and one of the best in the world this year. Kate Anson, well, she's already got her hands on the silver medal. Just a bit of a brush from Morgan Lake, but Kate Anson will have one more attempt at 1.85 m. And for Kate Anson, that would equal her lifetime best.
Well, we can go to the men's shot now, where we join it in the latter stages. We're in round 5. And Davies, Zach Davies, the Harrow AC man, who's lying in 5th place, 15.94, the best of his series. That came in the first round. A couple of no throws after that, and then a 15.77. He just fouled out again in round 5. The competition being led by Scott Linton, of course, who in the first round put one out to 20.08. It's the only 20-metre throw of the competition so far. His second round effort, 19.86, but he leads by over 2 metres from Patrick Swan.
Here's Kate Anson, final attempt at 1.85 m, looking to equal that lifetime best of hers. She's already got the silver medal in the bag. Can she continue in this competition? The Liverpool Harrier. Well, she really went for it, good speed, but just came up underneath the bar. And she's up from the bronze 12 months ago. And Kate Anson, great performance today here in Birmingham. Well, a chance for a handshake and a thank you for the officials, and it's now all down to Morgan Lake. Well, I'm sure she'll get it very soon. Big things to come, I'm sure, for Kate Anson this summer.
Back to this shot. And, yeah, Andy Knight, complete with glorious pink hat. The Southampton athlete, 17.05, his season's best. 16.80 in round 3, his competition best. That's a 16.56 effort. Good consistent series from him. In fact, he threw 16.56 in round 2. He's thrown it again in round 5. And in round 4, he threw 16.51. Here's Patrick Swan, the Cornwall AC thrower. And Swan, multiple UK medalist and Welsh champion. 17.79 in round 2. He's had a really consistent series. All of them peppering the mid 17-metre, 17.5-metre range. 17.79, the best of them. But he's some way back from Scott Lincoln. Can he close the gap at all in round 5? Mark being measured. I don't think it's an improvement. It's over 17 metres again. Every one of his 4 efforts so far over 17 metres. Well, it's 17:50. It's the second best of his series. Really, really tightly packed series there from Pat Swan. For the moment, well clear of Andy Knight in third place as Scott Lincoln steps into the circle. Scott Lincoln, Britain's only world-class shot putter of the City of York man. Olympian, multiple UK champion, Commonwealth bronze medalist back in 2022. What can he do here? Well, I'm not sure it's an improvement. No, he steps out the front of the circle, doesn't like it, doesn't want it to be measured. So he's fouled out in rounds 3, 4 and 5 after a couple of great openers. 20.08 remains his best in round 1. There it is, 1986 in round 2. I think it was probably one of the most certain goals of the weekend was Scott Lincoln to take this shot title. There's the 6th round to come yet. He'd love to put another little bit on top of that 20.08 opener.
Well, Morgan Lake still in the high jump. Scott Lincoln leading in the shot put, and one of the most anticipated races of the weekend. It's the men's 1500 metre final. Well, this could be a real tussle. There's the lineup, 10 athletes on the start line. And people to keep an eye out for on there. Adam Fogg at the bottom of the list from Coventry Godiva Harriers, 3:34 this year, en route to a cracking 3:49 indoor mile 7 days ago. He's travelled back from the US, near Stratford upon Avon, Coventry, and now here in Birmingham looking to take his first British indoor title. Ben Murphy of Tunbridge then. Murphy 6th in the 800 here last year. Tom Bridger, only 20 years of age, Bridger. Well, Adam Fogg will fancy his chances. A very stern look, a focused look on his face. Jack Patton, well, only 20 years of age once again. 3rd in the 1500 at the England under-23s. Joe Tuffin from Birmingham Roheath just down the road. Great run in the heats yesterday. Kane Elliott, Falkirk man. Elliott and Callum Elson, one of the men vying for the gold medal here. Personal best over the mile, 3:53 last weekend. Another man to keep an eye out for, Corey Campbell. 17 years of age, the youngest man in the field, Campbell. British Junior International. Brighton Phoenix, always well represented in the middle distance events, Jack Gum. And rounding up the field, Piers Copeland, the champion here 2 years ago. Back-to-back champion Copeland was in 2021 and 2022. Well, this race won back in 1978 by a certain Tim Hutchins.
Yes, it was black and white, and when you replay it, everybody walks very fast, Charlie Chaplin style. That's how long ago it was, so the less said about that, the better. Well,
we think these men may well challenge for the British Indoor Championship record held by Eddie King, 3:40.24, but it is quite cautious in the first 200 metres. A look over the shoulder of Adam Fogg there on the outside in the red. Copeland is sitting there at the front in the black and yellow strip, and he's just joined at the front by Tom Bridger at the moment and peeling around the outside. This is really, really slow.
Morgan Lake pops over 1:91 there. Well, no, she doesn't. Sorry, she knocked it down. Lake there with her first attempt at 1:91. I'll tell you what about this 1500 metres. I'm fascinated because I thought Piers Copeland and Adam Fogg looked brilliant. They both looked quite majestic and in control in their qualifying races yesterday. So I think that's the clash to watch.
Well, 66.7 through 400 metres. It's not going to break any records. Callum Elson now just moving to the outside and to the front of Adam Fogg has got himself boxed in a bit because Tuffin is just on his outside shoulder, and Fogg now spots the move. And well, Callum Elson, third in this event last year, and he was 8th at the UK Outdoor Championships. Three of the men we thought might just feature: Elson, Bridger and Fogg, and now Copeland finds himself just boxed in on the inside. It is starting just to slightly and gradually wind up. Corey Campbell in the purple on the outside, lurking too. And Adam Fogg, bronze medalist from the European Cross-Country Championships in the mixed relay.
3 by 3 by 3. I mean, it's really, really tightly packed. It's been so slow. I thought somebody might kick in hard. They'll make a long run for it from 800 out, but that's not the case.
Oh, Copeland just getting a bit tripped there. Fogg now getting to the front. Finally, we thought he might just take this out hard. Thought Elson might take it out hard, but Copeland there on the inside. Elson and Fogg starting to break away with 600 to go. On the outside, Jack Gum ran really well in the heats yesterday, and he's just shoulder to shoulder with Piers Copeland, who came 6th at the European Indoor Championships, 5th rather at the European Indoor Championships a few years ago. And Fogg now at the front, really starting to turn the screw, and Elson is poised. Copeland is there as well. Joe Tuffin, can he do it for Birmingham, sitting in 4th at the minute, but with 400 to go, it's going to start winding up even more. And Fogg, with a look on his inside shoulder, just asking, where is everyone? Elson's there a metre back, Copeland 2 metres behind him. And with 300 to go, Adam Fogg looking over his shoulder, just needs to pin his ears back here. And he there, just an injection of pace. Elson is with him. And these two who we said would feature starting to go. And the rest of the field trailing in their wake. It is Fogg from Elson, from Copeland, with 200 to go. And Elson, just a look on his shoulder, so does Fogg. Why do they keep looking? They just need to keep going, and it's Fogg surging, but here comes Callum Elson. Maybe needs to just move and steep, drifting around the outside, but it's Adam Fogg going again. Can he hold on for Coventry here? Elson is charging, Copeland on the inside. Fogg is battling, but look at Copeland on the inside. Finger to the mouth, and he shocked everyone there. 3:48.45. Well, they just made it so slow, and Piers Copeland, who isn't as fast as the other two this year, we said he looked good in qualifying, and he absolutely made light work of that last 50.
You know it's a lottery when it's a tactical race. You know, I got the last 400 at 53. Nearly all the hard running 53.8. Nearly all the hard running came in the last 200. Piers Copeland just bided his time. He found daylight down the inside, and that's a cardinal sin. Move off the curb, and you let somebody come through. Otherwise, Copeland wouldn't have got through. And Fogg here, well, yeah, he ran hard from the front, but he didn't wind it up the way he could have done, I think. Elson had a go at him for going to the final bend, then gets past him down the home straight. But look at the speed of Copeland there over the last 50. Really, really quick turnover. And that's what happens if you make it a tactical affair. It becomes very, very open and risky.
Well, it's a challenge, isn't it? And Callum Elson, who has that World Indoor qualifying, has finished in the top 2, and now maybe a chance to go to Glasgow and compete for a medal.
We're back to this women's high jump, where Morgan Lake faces a third and final attempt at 1.91 m. Now, she's cleared 185. She has the competition won. Took 2 attempts at 185. Here she goes, third and final attempt. No, oh dear, what a shame. What a shame. She'll be frustrated with that, because by her standards, as you mentioned a little while ago, Scott, that's a pretty modest height, 188. She's got to be popping over that sort of height if she wants to contend for anything in the top half dozen at the World Championships. 191, never attempted. 3 failures at 188, 191 beyond her today, 194, 197. Those are all the heights that normally you'd expect Morgan Lake to be challenging. She will be disappointed with that. Maybe it'll just give her a little kick going into these last 10 days before Glasgow.
Well, still 3 track finals to come. This is Scott Lincoln in the shot put, his 6th and final effort, 20 metres 08, his best from the opening round. Any better? I don't think it will be, but Scott Lincoln, this is his 25th competition in a row over 20 metres. Very impressive from that man, and he will take another British title. His 8th indoor title, Scott Lincoln.
No, 19 metres 71, that final effort from Scott Lincoln. Then is his 3 valid throws. He knew he'd killed off the opposition there with that opener, and he will be a little frustrated not to have built on it. But he's a 21-metre club thrower now, and can certainly look at having a great summer ahead of him in Olympic year.
Well, winning time 3:48.43, same time he ran back in 1978-10 to win. And Callum Elson,
53 for my last 400.
No, that was pretty quick. Callum Elson with the silver medal, 3:48.5, and then Adam Fogg 3:48.63 to take a first national medal.
Well, it is the women's 1,500 metres next as we go to this presentation for Copeland. And Foggy will have learned a lesson there. Spent a lot of time in Australia this last year, training with some great names. The Australians have a fabulous squad of young middle distance runners coming through.
Well, Piers Copeland, 3-time UK indoor champion, doesn't have the qualifying time. Callum Elson does, so does Adam Fogg. We're still waiting to see whether Josh Kerr will go to the World Indoors. Sam, great final in that 1,500.
Yeah, I think it just highlights the strength Britain has in the men's 1,500 metres at the moment. Like you said, Josh Kerr coming in, we've got Jake Whiteman, Neil Gurley, Jake Hayward, George Mills, Matt Stonia. It's just names upon names upon names of people who can compete at the top level, and it's, yeah, really exciting to see.
Well, the women's 1,500 coming up next.
It is indeed, yes. The athletes are out on the track over on the far side. 7.5 laps of the track. Gudaf Segai's world record 3:53. Still hard to conceive. She ran that in the Avon 3 years ago, called the race, and she went out, I think her first 400 was 59, something absolutely bonkers. And I remember going, crikey, there's no way she'll break the world record now, not with that sort of missed pacing. And then she went and did it by a good chunk too. Well, this is a 10-woman lineup. Reeve Walcott-Nolan will be one of the real dangers here for row 3 this winter. Very near the world top 10. Carrie Hughes goes on the outside there for Cardiff. 4:17 this winter. She will be nervous because there's athletes in the field who've run 10-15 seconds quicker than her. Walcott-Nolan, tall, lovely looking runner, the Luton AC athlete. 4:03.93 makes her second fastest in the UK to Georgia Bell, who's also in this field. Shipley, Alex Shipley, Milton Keynes distance PR. She's goes in 8 there. Coots, Sarah Coots, 5AC athlete's 4:22 performer this season. Sarah McDonald, well, the most experienced in the field at 30. 4:05 performance. She looked great in qualifying yesterday. I wouldn't be surprised if she's got a personal best in those legs yet, but nobody will take it out fast, I'm sure, here. Lauren Church from Reading AC, a 4:15 performer. That personal best was this winter. Hannah Anderson from East Kilbride, the 21-year-old, it's a 4:21 performer this season. Real spread of abilities here. Ellie Leather has improved down to 4:08 this indoor season, the Team Bath AC athlete. She's third from the inside. Georgia Bell, well, she's the UK #1 this winter. The Belgrave Harriers run 4:03. That is knocking on the door of world class. It really is. Although when you think that many women have broken 4 minutes this winter, she will be wanting to improve on that eventually. And then the 18-year-old Ava Lloyd, the youngest in the field by quite some number of years. The Wigan and District athlete goes on the inside there. Well, we saw the dangers in the men's race of letting it dawdle along too slowly when an outstandingly strong favourite can get beaten with a late surge. Who's going to take this one out? Bell on the inside there in those Belgrave colours, the dark red. Shipley moving down the outside. Walcott-Nolan in third place. They're just tucking in behind the early leaders. Leather in fourth in that blue strip for Team Bath AC. But 32 seconds would be 4-minute tempo, and they go through in what, 35.9, more or less 36 seconds. 35.94, very slow that. It's about 4:15 tempo at 200 metres. And still Bell controlling things at the moment. Plenty of experience. Georgia Bell, she improved 10 seconds last year, over 1,500 metres. She's what you would call a late developer, I guess, Scott.
Yeah, she's a duathlete these days in a renaissance era on the track, and interesting to see her at the front and just trying to control this at the moment. She's had a good tussle with Reve Walcott-Nolan earlier this season. It was Georgia Bell that came out on top. Alex Shipley just on her outside shoulder at the moment. So Alex Bell, who would have gone through English schools and England age groups in years gone by, learning how to run a championship race once again here.
So Bell it is, with 5 laps to go. Still controlling things. They're allowing the quickest athlete in the race to dictate the tempo, be at the front. Now, I'm a bit puzzled why somebody doesn't come past her and just try and wrestle back control from her, because it's not quick, it's not demanding. That's a 34.6 that lap. That's about a 4:12, 4:14 tempo pace. It really is slow. And there's 2 or 3 athletes here who could be doing a little bit more just to interrupt her race plan here, Georgia Bell's race plan. They go through with 4 laps to run, and still she just cruises along at the front. Nobody really saying, right, can you deal with this? Walcott-Nolan might want to, but she's quite badly boxed at the moment in 3rd place.
Well, Sarah McDonald as well. She's around 4:05 indoors this year. British athlete many times, and she's just sitting in 5th at the moment. She's really boxed in. Birchfield Harrier, but now maybe just starting to look to get on the outside. She's got Ellie Leatherford company, who also has the world indoor qualifying time.
3 laps to go. Shipley is a 4:17 athlete, but she's on the shoulder of the leader, Georgia Bell, who from now on, frankly, will be growing in confidence. About just over 500 to run. She can gradually begin to turn the screw and wind it up here, and then it's very hard. It's hard to accelerate and get past an already accelerating athlete. You have to put in a sort of double acceleration. Bell leading then at 1,255, not much inside 3 minutes at 1,000 metres, as Bell just cruises along, looking very comfortable indeed at the front. Walcott-Nolan in 2nd place, but she's boxed on the inside. She just can't get out there, and they go through with 2 laps to run, and still no significant challenge now, although gaps just begin to open up now.
Yeah, and the front 2 that we would expect to start pulling away from the rest of the field, Bell and Walcott-Nolan, and maybe Walcott-Nolan just starting to fancy her chances, and they have been in this exact position already this indoor season, and it's Bell coming round for the bell with Walcott-Nolan on the outside.
Walcott-Nolan attacks on the bend, and that was tactically naive because Georgia Bell just accelerated around the bend, and Walcott-Nolan's acceleration had no impact. You've got to pass on the straights indoors, otherwise you're just going to run those extra meters. And Bell now accelerates from the front. She's controlled it, responded perfectly to the challenge from Walcott-Nolan, goes into this final bend with about a 2-meter lead and is gradually pulling away. Walcott-Nolan ran the extra meters, a bend or 2 back, and Georgia Bell now, well, she was pre-race favourite, and she opens up the gap now at 5-6 metres as she crosses the line there. A winning time 4:09, 57.9 for the last 400 metres. Very, very crisp, clever running from Georgia Bell to totally control that one. But I have to say, I feel 2 or 3 others who could have challenged. Sam Reardon kind of gave it to her on a plate.
Yeah, I think Georgia Bell was really happy how that race went. She had a game plan going into it, and no one really challenged her in that. So I think she would be thinking that was pretty straightforward for her.
Yeah. Well, if only all wins were as simple as that. But yeah, impressive closing speed. I mean, to be fair, even if somebody had tried to challenge her, I think if you've got a 57 in the locker, you're probably going to be tough to beat.
Yeah, exactly. And she just seemed to grow and grow and grow over that final 400 metres, didn't she? And as you said, Tim, I think with about 450 to go, 250 to go, Reve Walcott-Nolan just started to move onto the shoulder, but she didn't really surge on the straights, and it's so difficult to overtake people on the bends, Sam, in an indoor track.
Yeah, it really is. I think it's actually like 2 metres or something like that, trying to go around the bend on the outside. So definitely attack on the straights, and that's something Reve would have learned.
Well, she had her name as the winner there to a long list of big names. You can go back to Gemma Reekie in 2019, Ailish McColgan 2018, Hannah England back in 2016, Laura Muir in 2015 and 2013. You can go back to Helen Clitheroe, now one of the great coaches in British athletics, back in 2010. That is quite some list to add your name to.
Our medalist there from the women's high jump, Morgan Lake, with 5 attempts. She was clear second time at 185 to take the gold medal. And we will see her at the world indoors, I'm sure.
Ladies and gentlemen, please acknowledge
Medalists in the women's high jump.
Women's Indoor Championship medalists.
Well, only 2 races to go, Sam. The 800s. Where do you think maybe these medals might go? The men's is up next.
I think the clear favourite in this men's 800 metres is Guy Lemop. He's well experienced at the senior level and on the international scene as well. So a previous British champion as well. So definitely, I think he's going to take this gold in this 800. But then we saw the likes of Dominic Walton come through strong in the heats yesterday. So I think he has a chance of snatching a medal as well. But other than that, I think the race is up for grabs.
And there's 4 athletes vying for 3 medals really in the women's 800 final. Where do you think they might lie as well?
I think Gemma Reekie is most likely to take the gold here, and then if I was the other 3, I'd put her under pressure, make her run a race she doesn't want to run. So I'm really excited for that race because I think it's going to be a great one to watch.
Georgia Bell winning in 4:09 from Reverie Walcott Nolan, making it look pretty comfortable. The only athlete under 4:10, Sarah McDonald, coming through for the bronze medal. And Ellie Leather, Lauren Church in what was it? Again, a bit of a lottery sort of race in 4th and 5th, but a long way outside 4:10. And the medalists being presented there with their medals quite right now. Is that Hannah England down there giving medals? It is indeed, yeah. Hannah, a former World Outdoor Championship silver medalist at 1500 metres in Daegu 2011. Hannah storming to the silver behind Jenny Simpson, who was a former winner of this title, by the way, when it was open to foreign runners. Or was it Gemma Simpson? Excuse me, not Jenny Simpson. It was Jenny Simpson of the USA who won the world title. It was Gemma Simpson who won this. But Sarah McDonald the bronze, Reverie Walcott Nolan the silver, and Georgia Bell, very worthy champion there, producing what was not a totally unrespectable time, despite the very slow early pace. 57 seconds and bits for those final 2 laps. Georgia Bell, that is world-class closing speed. It really is. And at 1500 metres, she has the World Indoor Championship qualifying mark, along with Walcott Nolan, Sarah McDonald, and Ellie Leather in a mile as well. So Georgia Bell, I think, has just run herself into the British team for Glasgow. Yeah,
expect to see her there. I'm sure Walcott Nolan will fancy her chances as well. Those 2 in such great form with those 4:03 season's bests. And
well, just the 2 800-metre finals to come. Men first and then the women to close these championships and this second day here in the Utilita Arena. There's the lineup. Guy Lemont starts as extraordinarily strong favourite. He's a 4-time champion already at the UK Indoor 800 metres. He's the defending champion too. There is Jack Higgins, second in his heat in the slowest of the 3 heats, 1:49.17 the Tunbridge man has run this winter. That is his lifetime best. Guy Lemont, the fastest in the heats. I thought a rather extravagant 1:48.7, but the last way days, heat 31-year-old, very experienced. He's a sub 1:45 performer outdoors, and he's strong. David Race pulled to a personal best in his heat by Lemont yesterday, just 19 years old, the Gateshead Harrier, 1:49.65, his first time ever under 1:50. Dom Walton goes in lane 3, the Blackburn Harrier, won his heat in a personal best, improving from 1:49.8 to 1:49.7. Tiernan Crawken for Preston Harriers, the 24-year-old, exactly the same time in his heat as Walton in heat 1. He ran 1:49.78. And Justin Davies goes on the inside. He won his heat, his first race of 2024, the Team Bath athlete.
On your mark.
I think his heat was actually his debut this winter, Justin Davies. So away they go then in this 4-lap race, the men's 800 metres final. Now, how do you defeat Guy Lemont? Because he's got great speed, he's a great racer, great tactician. He's had 3 races coming into this final, a couple of big runs on the continent. He won in Erfurt 3 weeks back, and then he won in Lyon last week, and then he won his heat in 1:48.7, looking very comfortable. He's broken 1:45 a couple of times outdoors. He's a 1:44 performer, and he's in control here. And this looks like a sort of familiar scenario, Sam. What would you do here if you were the other fellas behind him? Would you just settle in there and try and come off his shoulder on the last bend?
Yeah, I think it's going to be hard for any of these guys to challenge Guy here, but I think Jack's got the right idea. Stick on the back of him for as long as possible. Use him as a little pacemaker and try and go past him with a 50 to go, but hopefully he'll drag you around to a fast time and maybe a medal as well.
Well, 53.43 at 400 metres is pretty useful. It's not super fast, but it's not pedestrian either. Higgins in second place as they go down the back straight. 300 metres to run now. And these two are well away. I'm surprised how quickly they've got away. Nobody wanted to go with that early tempo laid down by Learmonth. He comes into the straight now, but he has got a challenge there in the figure of Jack Higgins. Remember, who's a 1:49.1 performer. Now Learmonth begins to open his legs and stride out faster and hoping to get a gap on Higgins. Has he got it, though? It's still only about a metre down the back straight. Learmonth working hard here into the final bend. Higgins matching him stride for stride at the moment. Have we got another surprise here, as we saw in the men's 1500 metres? But maybe Learmonth's strength just dragging him clear now down the home straight. But here comes Higgins towards the line. It's going to be very tight. Is he going to get there? I think he does. It was very, very tight indeed. But I think we've seen the second middle distance upset on the men's side of the afternoon, of this last half hour or so. 27.44 for the final circuit. And look at that winning time. 1:47.92. And I think if Jack Higgins took that for Tonbridge JC, he acted as just a brilliant pacemaker for 790 metres for Jack Higgins did Guy Learmonth. I think he might have just lost his title.
I think he has. I think Jack Higgins ran that race perfectly. Like I said, sticking on the back of Guy there, I think Guy was always going to take it out from the front, and Jack came through strong to put him under pressure in the last 10. So let's see if he got that. I think he did. So, I don't know.
Close, wasn't it? At this point, I think Learmonth just maybe started to look a bit tired, and the result has just come in.
But that's a huge personal best by Jack Higgins too, isn't it wonderful? It just shows how perfect pacemaking, and let's not mess about, that's what effectively Learmonth was, because 53.4 was nice and steady for the first 400. Then he put in a sensible third lap, and Higgins here just had a target to get at. Psychologically, it makes it much better. You know, we've all run relays, Sam Reardon, where you're coming onto the final straight, and me and my very, very slow running, but you come into the home straight off the bend with a baton in hand. It's nicer to be on somebody's shoulder than to have somebody on your shoulder.
Yes, yeah, definitely. Coming into the home straight on someone's shoulder, you're putting them under a lot of pressure, and they're feeling that pressure as well. So psychologically, I think the person coming from behind is in a much better position, and I think Jack on the back of Guy Learmonth as well, psychologically he must be thinking, I want to take that scalp right there, and I think he'd be extremely happy with that.
You know, we all love surprises, don't we? You don't want predictability. You don't want the favourite to come out a comfortable winner every time.
No, not at all. And Guy Learmonth has won this title many times. Was looking for his 5th title, but it is Jack Higgins.
It is indeed, yeah. Justin Davies there, a fairly distant third, although season's best for him, 1:49.44. But Jack Higgins, one of the biggest improvements of the weekend, one of the runs of the weekend, really, compared with his previous personal best.
Yeah, I know Jack quite well in the group he's in. Down in Tunbridge is near me. Mark Quay's running a good group there, and yeah, their group would be over the moon with that, and I think they all might bounce from that performance of Jack Higgins right there.
These are the results of the men's shot put then. Bronze for the pink hat wearing Andy Knight, Patrick Swan. Great from him, 18:33 to take the silver medal, and Scott Lincoln, another 20-metre plus competition to take his 8th UK indoor title. Scott Lincoln. Well, he's a great advocate for these championships, always turns up, always delivers. It's the only way we can help develop our throws and other field events as well. And that's a almost final medal of the weekend.
Yeah, just one to come. That women's 800 metres, Gemma Reekie going in that one. difficult. It must be quite difficult, Scott Lincoln, because he can come to the UK Championships knowing he's going to win by a couple of metres, and yet he's got to keep his eyes set on bigger goals, you know, matching the guys who are amongst the best in the world. He's a 21-metre thrower now. He wants to push into that bunch of guys who are throwing 22 metres. When you do that, you're really in the mix for a place in the top 6 or 8 in the world.
Yeah, he obviously got that medal at the Commonwealth Games a couple of years ago, but obviously needs to start transitioning that to a European and world stage. And now he's competing regularly across Europe on the circuit against these big throwers, the likes of Ryan Krauser, and that's only going to do him the world of good. And that was his 25th 20-metre plus competition. Well, this is the list for the women's 800-metre final. We have 7 lining up in this. On the outside then, Gemma Reekie, silver medalist here 2 years ago. She is in such good form, 4th fastest in the world this year. Izzy Boffey, who came and took the gold in fine fashion 12 months ago. She'll be in the mixer for sure. Erin Wallace, sub 2 minutes outdoors for the first time in 2023. Ellie Baker, well, another sub 2 minute athlete as well. Ellie Baker, semi-finalist at the Worlds in 2022. Grace Van Agnew pulled through nicely by Gemma Reekie in 2:05 to make this final. Emily Simpson, well, she qualified for this final after appeal. And on the inside, Indienne King will have everyone drop down on her after the first 50 metres when we come into the break. It is Gemma Reekie, the favourite. How will she run this? The women's 800-metre final. And Sam, are we expecting here Gemma Reekie to get to the front and make this quick? It's a quick track.
Yeah, but I don't think the other athletes in this race will let her have it her own way. And as we see that Erin Wallace just getting to the front with Izzy Boffey on her shoulder. So really excited to see how this race unfolds.
Well, Erin Wallace, she's competed here before. A world indoor 1500-metre runner 2 years ago. Erin Wallace, medalist over the 1500 metres last year, and Boffey, the reigning champion, just poised nicely in second, back by about a metre. Ellie Baker in 4th. Reekie looking for a spot on the team. If she comes in the top 2 here, she will qualify for the World Indoors, which is at home in Glasgow. Reekie just sitting comfortably in 3rd at the moment, and now just starting to glide past Izzy Boffey, and it is Wallace leading, another Scottish athlete. 57.82, that is quick. And Wallace still charging at the front.
I can't believe how quick that is. 57.82 at 400.
Well, this is a quick track. It is a quick track, and Reekie is around 159.42 this year. The championship best performance by Jo Mersch from 21 years ago, 159.74. Wallace again acting like a bit of a pacemaker in this race, and now Reekie at the bell, just coming to the front, 128.39. Boffey is still there, Baker some 5 metres back, but it is Gemma Reekie at the front, and this is the speed. She had to be patient to find her moment, and now Boffey on the charge as well. Has Wallace got anything left in the tank over the final 100? But it is Gemma Reekie, the favourite, the UK leader, the 4th fastest in the world this year, coming home to take the gold here at the UK Championships. Boffey with a fine run as well. How quick is this going to be? Could this be inside the British record? 158.25. That is incredibly quick, but not quite a British record. Gemma Reekie with a great run, and that is the world number 2 time this year. And how fast did Izzy Boffey just go? A huge championship record as well for Gemma Reekie. And Izzy Boffey, 2 minutes .27 in second. Erin Wallace, who ran it the hard way, Sam, took it out, and in the end helped Gemma Reekie to get such a quick time.
Yeah, I think Gemma will have to give a lot of thanks to Erin there for making it a quick pace. 57 through 400 is very, very quick, and is set her up for a quick finish with 158.24 is remarkable. Yeah, Gemma Reekie excited to see her at the World Indoor Champs in Glasgow. Home games for her, obviously. So really excited to see how she goes. No, world number 2 in the
I mean, in a way, do you think 57.8 was a little bit too quick for the first 400? You know, there's about a 61, 62 second lap there from Gemma Reekie. She did look like she was treading water the last 50 or 60 metres, but a brilliant run from her. Look, time to glance over her shoulder there, and I think that's superb. And the second quickest time in the world this year in the UK Championship. She did have a brilliant pacemaker for the first 600 metres. That was fortunate, to put it mildly, but nonetheless, what a way to finish the championships. Possibly the track performance of the weekend.
Yeah, I think so, because she looks so relaxed coming into the home straight then as well, and wagging the finger. She is number 1, but to be world number 2 going into a home championships as well, Tim, I mean, that's got to give you a lot of confidence.
Just what she needs, isn't it? You know, I mean, you're looking at somebody who has prepared superbly, and I mean, huge pat on the back to John Bigg and that Brighton group that she's joined just this last few months and is working so well with. And the men's 800, well, that was a big surprise. The women's 800 might have gone where we expected, but the Justin Davies and Guy Learmont, the bronze and silver medalist in the men's 800. Davies there, probably delighted with that bronze. It would have been very tough to get in amongst the top pair. But Guy Learmont, well, Guy's one of the laughing, cheerful, delightful lads of the British team over the last 10 years or so, because that's when he first won his first 800 title 10 years ago now. I think he won't be too sore about that. It was a very, very impressive run from Jack Higgins. And Guy gave everything. He always does, Sam, doesn't he? You know, Guy always likes to run from the front and wear his heart in his sleeve and give everything. And if it means, you know, you become a valiant loser, so be it. But you know he's going to give it all.
Absolutely. I love Guy. The World Indoor Champs in 2022, he jumped in the 4x4 of us when we needed a man. I just explained exactly who the person he is. He gave everything for the team, and yeah, I'm sure he'd be disappointed with that medal there, but he'll bounce back. I'm sure of it.
Well, here is that finishing surge from Higgins down the outside, just outdipped Guy Learmont, despite the big, broad chest of the Scotsman. Tunbridge AC have another great champion. Well, that concludes the weekend's action. Both the field and the track stuff is done. Sam, thanks a lot for being with us. What's your overall impression of the weekend and the state of British athletics at the moment, coming from somebody who's in the thick of it?
Yeah, I think it's really exciting. I think middle distance at the moment is skyrocketing with the likes of Gemma Reekie, Keely Hodgson in the 800 women's, and Laura Muir over the long distances, and then the men's 1500 at the moment is just something I can't even get my mind around how many people we have at that level.
We won't see you moving up to 1500 anytime soon then.
Definitely not. It's too competitive. But the 800 as well is super competitive as well. We've got a lot of good guys in there, and then I think athletics at the moment is, in Britain especially, is moving in the right direction. I think we can see that here in the crowd today, a sold-out arena. I don't think I've seen this before, and I think they're sensing something special coming along, and a home game in Glasgow is the perfect opportunity to showcase that talent.
Home advantage, Scott Hayflower in the British squad.
Yeah, and I think the lady in the middle there, Gemma Reekie, will very much fancy her chances. She's got to, right? 1:58.24, championship best performance by, well, a second and a half. A great run, and she's got to be in with a shout for a gold.
The training partner of Laura Muir for years and years. Now they're sort of slightly separated, but she's in with a great squad down in Brighton. And you know, she's played second fiddle to Keely Hodgkinson quite a lot over the last 2 or 3 years. It's great to see her in what looks like possibly world gold medal winning form.
Definitely, I think moving to John Bigg has definitely helped. I feel she's focused more on the speed work that she maybe wasn't getting with Laura Muir, a big strength-based runner. So I think this has definitely helped her push on in her own career. So I'm really excited to see how she runs over this indoor season and the outdoor season.
And you've got people like Izzy Boffey, Scott, who are keeping them on their toes, because Izzy broke 2 minutes for the first time last summer. You know, she's constantly there chipping away at their heels, and I just feel as though Izzy Boffey's a race or two away come the outdoor season from a big breakthrough. I think she's got a 1:58 written all over her at least.
Yeah, she'll have a lot of confidence from That time just outside 2 minutes, just outside a lifetime best indoors as well. But one of the best all-time runs for Izzy Boffey. Gold last year, silver here in 2024. But she is certainly a name now amongst a great crop of British 800-metre runners that really can put their mark on the world stage.
And you know what? Just a word to credit Erin Wallace there, having gone out like a rocket for the first 600, hanging on pretty well to run a personal best 2:01, get the bronze medal. You know, it wasn't a sort of wasted effort. It wasn't like she was doing it for Gemma Reekie. She genuinely wanted to try and get out there and smash her personal best and get as close to 2 minutes as possible.
Yeah, she's done that, hasn't she? And she was in a world of pain afterwards, I think. And Sam, that's the hard way to run it. That final 150 metres must have just been so gut-wrenching for her, seeing, knowing the legs had got the lactic in, but to see the PB at the end, a great result.
Yeah, I think Erin would have gone into that knowing Gemma was the lucky favourite and could have run away with it. So to go and get a PB and make it the run fast herself, yeah, I think she'll be able to be with that, even though the amount of pain I'm sure she's in isn't great.
Well, the World Indoor Championships is some 12 days or so away. They begin on Friday the 1st of March up in Glasgow in the Emirates Arena, or the Glasgow Arena, and it's St David's Day as well. I don't know if we can read anything into that, but it promises to be 3 days of fabulous action in front of what is a home crowd for the British athletes. I know, Sam, you'll be sort of sitting there thinking, I wish I was there, I wish I was there. Perhaps you'll use that to feed your training and your comeback these next few weeks. Well, we'll say our goodbyes for now. Scott, it's been great fun, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Really enjoyed ourselves.
Incredible
Sam
weekend.
Reardon, thanks ever so much for being with us. Scott, final thoughts?
Amazing performances, personal best, championship best performances as well, and a British team starting to be assembled for a home indoor world championships. Can't ask for anything better.
Absolutely right. From all of us here at the Utilita Arena from these UK Microplus UK Athletics Indoor Championships, thanks very much. Bye-bye.